You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Oh no. I'm white. Feels bad, man. This will not do. Please L underscore. I beg you L underscore. Please turn me from a white into a blue. Blessed. Oh. My. God. The L underscore just granted my wish. Also, the L underscore told me that ye never ever lose and Pepe never win.
You gnome fuck!
Fuck muted phrases. Also quick easy Gotha. If any leftist ever complains about Kyle Rittenhouse breaking the law, just ask them, does that mean we should condemn all illegal immigrants too?
Well, well, well. If it isn't DGG.
You gnome fuck!
God, I loved this one. Everybody hated this composition challenge. The raw energy. Get triggered, fam-lambs.
You gnome fuck!
I remember these back. This is like fucking 2013 tier shit. Back before UK Dawson knew how to program drums, or record his guitar, or mix or master anything. To be honest, how upset does this make you guys? I wonder what his next one sounded like. Hold on. Oh, he cleaned it up a lot for the second one. This was number 3. Oh, this one was really well done. I don't remember if there was a big change up in this one. Oh, these are all UK Daza's previous composition challenge entries. Let's see what else. Oh, see, Parsons used to submit these. This guy got busy. This guy did all my dono sounds too. This guy always had like the chillest, like, I don't know if you call them jazzy arrangements or like club jazz, or I don't know what you'd call it. Oh, and this is one of my favorite recordings of this guy. This isn't really much of a composition. I just really like the solo on this song. Oh, Light Return, the guy that won the last one before this one, he submitted in Composition Challenge 1. It was a 1 minute and 30-second piece. This is what it was. How crazy. And then he also did Totalitarianism, which is a super fun two pianos intro. I love the syncopation on these two pianos so much.
You gnome fuck!
Hello.
Dude, I still feel so bad for, what was the last composition challenge we did? Was it 10 or was it... Oh, it was 10. I wonder if this guy grabbed version 2 of these. I think that this might have been either this or Disconnect were absolutely the best ones in terms of incorporating original material, expanding upon it, and just being like airtight, rock solid. This isn't even really like my kind of piece, I don't think, but I super duper thought that this guy did a really good job at like incorporating like a fun number of instruments, making it interesting. He has a solo in the middle, varied sections that don't get boring or drag. I made the playlist, all of the number 10 playlists is... Oh, are you the guy that emailed me? Thank you, Flash. This piece had so much potential. Oh, God. I'm never gonna forget this one. For this intro keyboard. But it didn't do any... I don't think the rest of this piece did anything. I need like a keyboard so that I can like play with sounds like this. Because God, this sounds like it would be so much fun to solo with, to just mess around with. I need to get like a MIDI. Well, I have a MIDI, I guess. I don't know what I name. Something more sound fonts or whatever on the board. What is like that run? What are these? What is he playing? What is like the scale? I could figure it out, but it would take me a long time. Does anybody know where my perfect pitch boy is at? I don't know if it's just like, dude, I need to practice scales so much more. I'm limited a lot by like moving up and down the keyboard. I'm very slow. Like if I wanted to do like doing this kind of stuff, I'm just so slow and sloppy. You should be able to do this. You should be able to do this like really quickly. I can't do it. I can't do it fluidly at all. Fuck. You need to get one of those Roland boards, maybe. Yeah. Get some distortion pedals for your keyboard. Yeah. I don't know. Are you going to update your music back up? No, fuck that, Torrent. Okay, listen. Everybody does everything online now. Okay, fuck you guys. Rate the PogChamp of the day. That idea is dumb as fuck. Fuck Twitch. Have you decided what Minecraft mod pack you're playing now? Listen, Minecraft is off in the future, okay? We're not worried about that right now, okay? Brain rot alert. When they tell you the truth, all you have to do is listen. We, the Democratic Party, need a Republican Party to be an opposition that's principled and strong. They do need an opposition, so they have an excuse for not making meaningful change. We does not include you. Good one, dipshit.
Or harder.
I think it makes...
Will you join a proper team on Rust today? No? Okay. Maybe interact with some people? No? Okay. What about going to the hotel? No? Okay. Are you at least gonna do oil rig? No? Okay. I guess you're allergic to content. DGG for life. Cool face.
You know, all
Call
of those
me
things
hand.
sounded like they would have been fun, but, you know, maybe we shouldn't today. Sounds like a good idea not to, actually. We do need having alternate parties. I think is important to keep the other in check. Listen, man, the Democratic Party's had some crazy fucking ideas. Sometimes it's good to push back on them a little bit. Okay. Personally, in the United States, I don't want to see every single fucking gun banned. Okay. A lot of the Democratic Party, I don't know, man. Kind of feels like that's what they're looking for. So I'm okay having like a strong opposition. Now, literal white terrorists trying to overthrow the government, probably not the healthiest balance that we need in government, but. But the opposition party should be way further left than it is now. The Republican Party is pretty far right, sure. The progressive wing of the Democratic Party is pretty far left, I think. I don't think America's politics are that crazy out of whack from the rest of Europe. We just have some really fucked econ policy. In terms of like no paid time off or shit like that, or like labor union stuff. But I think the Democratic Party generally fights for that stuff. It's just that America and Central, a lot of our population is kind of. But some taxes Democrats are proposing are so bad. Yeah, I know. Like, and this is like always the mindfucky thing. Like, some taxes that the Democratic Party are proposing are more left than some European taxes that have like been shown not to work. Like these like horrible like financial transaction taxes, like wealth taxes. Like a lot of this shit is just like not good. Like, and even European left-wing parties that have tried to push this stuff have figured out like, okay, well, hold on, some of these taxes are ass. We're not going to do this. Healthcare, public education, destiny, aren't these hugely different in Europe? I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. I don't know anything anymore, to be honest. everything that I thought I knew has been challenged so much over the past couple of years. Here's some random shit. I'm curious, because Melina pointed this out, okay? I'm curious for my European bros. So we hear a lot about unaffordability of education and all that shit in America, which are definitely problems. Here's something that I don't know if this is true. In the United States, our average like state schools are like fucking massive. And apparently that's not very normal in Europe. Like, now, I'm going by literally Melina and one other person has told me this, so maybe that's not true. But like, here's an example, okay? Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here, all right? What's massive? Let me give you an example. So I went to college at a place called the University of Nebraska at Omaha. None of you have ever heard about this school before. It's in the state of Nebraska, and it's not in the capital city, okay? It's UNO, okay? This is like the gym of like my old college, okay? I think it's called the Hyper Building. This is our gym. Wait, like, this is like our pool for this is for my state school, for the UNO, like, and this isn't like super uncommon. It's not called a Hyper Building anymore? Yeah. This isn't that uncommon in the United States. State schools have like unbelievable infrastructure. Here's like University of Nebraska Omaha library. Here's our library. This is our library for my school, for my state school that none of you have ever heard of before. So, and Melina pointed this out. And she was like, because there's like an itty bitty fucking building over here in Huntington Beach. And she's like, wait, what the fuck? Why is this so huge? And I'm like, what do you mean? This is like a small, like random shitter building. And Melina was telling me like, well, in Sweden, at the very least, like there are these massive things. This is the library, the Chris Library, whatever, of our school. She's like, you would never find this outside of like a massive major institution. So I'm curious, like in the rest of Europe, is it true that like most of your schools are like relatively small compared to stuff like this, or? I'm trying to think, what other big buildings do we have? That size is pretty much university only. What else do we have in for sure compared to that? So when I see stuff like this, well, now it makes me wonder when Europeans are like, all of our schools are fucking affordable and shit, and it's like, yeah, that's really good. But now I'm wondering, like, well, hold on, mate. Are your schools, like, are elementary schools? Like, I sincerely wonder. I'm not sure. Show the Elkhorn football arena. Does Elkhorn even have a school over there? I don't even fucking know. Wait, is that actually a thing? Elkhorn football field, high school football field? Elkhorn high school football field. Oh. Jesus, in Grand Island. This city is going to be like population fucking 50,000. Elkhorn, no, wait. Grand Island population. But Grand Island is far from Elkhorn, isn't it? It's like 50,000. That's state funded? Yeah, this is a public school. This is all like state funded.
Punished the fields.
Every single high school in America has a field like that. Yeah, I don't want to use my high school as an example because it was a private school. But wait, what about like West Side High School football? These are, okay, by the way, these are high schools, or gymnasium, I guess, as you would call them in Sweden. But this is like, this is our high school football field. This is publicly funded. This is our public high school football field.
You gnome fuck!
Yeah, see, okay, fuck. So now you guys, so now I really wonder. Now I really wonder, like, what the fuck? Well, wait, what do European schools look like? Maybe that money should go into actual education. Well, on our top tier public schools, like the education is really, really, really good. Somebody can correct me. I don't know if there are any Omaha bros in here. So whenever I was in like a private school, all of our like standardized test scores, what was it? The ITBS, Iowa Test of Basic Skills, and like our ACTs and our SATs, all of that shit.
Your opinion on the "we're not a democracy, we're a republic" take?
We're a democratic republic. I don't know what these words mean. My understanding is democracy means that the people vote on shit. Republic means you have representatives that vote in favor of you. We vote on our representatives. Doesn't that make us a democratic republic? Isn't that what that means? Republic is a form of government in which the country is considered a public matter, not a private primary. Okay, maybe that's not even, I don't know. Republic means president? My understanding is that the Democratic Republic means that we have elected officials that vote in place of us, and then Democrat, whatever. Sorry, okay, what were we talking about? Fuck, I totally... Comparing stadiums and gyms does not make sense. University sports isn't that much of a thing here. Well, yeah, so like even Destiny. Someone tell Destiny that Westside is like the richest school in Omaha, though. He needs to pull up like Benson or one of the mid... First of all, hey, okay, calm down. I'm from Omaha. I know that Westside is one of the richest schools. That's the district that I moved Nathan into. Okay. But like, I'm showing, first of all, this is the city of Omaha, okay? It's not like Omaha is a city of fucking millionaires. Well, except Warren Buffett lives there for some fucking reason, because he lives in Regency. I don't know why. But like, generally, Omaha is not like the richest city in the world. But I'm just saying that like, this is like from a high tier, like public school in Omaha, this is like what we have. Here is a gymnasium I went to, small city in Sweden. Oh my god, dude. Why is it that in Sweden, why do you guys have so many fucking Chernobyl-looking buildings? In downtown, your area looks a lot more exciting, but it feels like once you get away from the city center, you guys have a lot of like copy-pasted fucking Ukrainian apartment complexes, and I don't know why. It is depressing and brutalist as fuck. I don't understand.
Destiny, why do you call yourself anti-socialist when you support the gov-enforced redistribution of wealth from the rich to the poor? Philosophically, you are no different than any of the socialists, you just seek to do it in a more practical way.
That's what I call a cool story, bro. Would it be invalid to raise all of our schools to the high tier level? I think that might be incredibly expensive. Yeah, it might be. I wonder sometimes, I don't know, dude. I just don't know anything about America. It's just so fucking mind-blowing to me. I don't understand. I don't know anything about everything. It's just so confusing for everything. Nice. shouldn't be clicking links from randoms. Links. What do you even? What is this even a picture of? Another thing that I've heard, and I think we've read this too, is that in order for the schooling systems in a lot of these European countries where education is guaranteed, so in the United States, we always want to emulate. Here is what sucks. And dude, and it all feels so like, now I feel like I'm not giving solutions to everything. Is that like, it feels like we have this problem where we're like, hey, the class structure in the US is fucked. Like, well, what can we do to fix this? Like, okay, well, people, this is a waste of time. We can't focus on like money, okay? We need to focus on like getting people good jobs, because like getting good jobs is like a way to like improve your society, your structure in society, like, or your position in society. Like, okay, well, how are you gonna get good jobs? Okay, hold on. It's not actually about the jobs at all. We actually need is like really good education. And it's like, this is actually what will like get us like better jobs and like elevate people. And it's like, okay, well, if you throw people in like really good schools or whatever, that fixing it. Well, no, fuck, wait. Well, that's not everything that's going to help. Like, because like being in a really good school isn't enough. Like you need like good, not housing actually. I should say like household. Like you need like a family that's educated and supports you and can like do all this shit or whatever too. It's like, not like, I don't know like where the fixing any of these things like happens, because it seems like everything gets more and more and more and more fundamental. I don't know what the fucking root cause of like everything is. Let me give a more concrete example of this. In the United States, people are like, if we were to switch immediately to like a European style of funding education, things would get so much better. I don't think that's true, because from everything that I've heard, testing all of those very free, great European universities that everybody in Europe gets to go to, and it's so awesome, blah, 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 blah. Those are fucking hard to get into. It's not like the dumbest fucking kid in every class in Germany gets to go to the best fucking university. A lot of these people just don't have the opportunity to do it. Like if you don't test well, if you don't do good in high school, you're just fucked. In terms of like gaining, I guess you can go to like a shitter school or whatever, but like, this is something that I've heard because I always have a ton of anti-American takes when I talk to European friends. But then when I talk to people that live in Europe, like I hear this a lot, where it's like, oh yeah, like high school and all of this shit is incredibly fucking stressful. This is mainly from German friends and I think some Swedish friends, but I haven't talked to other people around Europe, so maybe it's different in other countries. But I hear that like high school time and everything is like very, very, very fucking stressful, because you have to test really, really well. Because if you don't, you're not going to get into like a tier 1 school or whatever. I guess in Germany, is it 3 tiers or whatever? But there's like a 1, 2, and 3. That things can become like very selective very quickly. So if we were to just give free education to everybody in the United States, poor people that have shit families that aren't going to like do very well in school are still not going to test into these like free universities. They're not going to make it any farther. Like it has to be something more than that. But how is this different from Ivy Leagues?
You gnome.
Well, it's not that
I just
different,
don't
but,
want to be a gross white name DGGL.
I guess I don't know like how fucked is it if you graduate from a tier 3 school in like Germany, or is it tier 3? Is it tier 1, 2, 3? Am I mixing this up? Wait, okay, so hold on. So somebody tell me if you're right. I don't know how many. Fuck. Wait, what do you call? Hold on. Denmark people are Danish. Norway people are Norwegian. What are Netherlands people? Dutch. Okay, sorry. Dutch. Fuck your fucking countries and names. Okay, Dutch people. Norsk. In the Netherlands, everyone below 18 has free after everyone pays. Below 18, everyone has free after everyone pays their. Can every single person in the Netherlands just like go to the uni if they want to? Is that like to any college they want? I guess necessarily they're Hollandaise. I have never heard of tiered schools in Germany. Fuck, maybe I'm mixing it up, or maybe they use a different terminology then. Getting into German gymnasium is not that hard. Well, that's like everybody gets into that. Even in the United States, that's the case. It's free, publicly funded and everything. It's DCBASSSSS. Okay. Wait,
True,
in Germany,
and
you have
that's
SS schools?
Pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true.
Doesn't that seem
that's
a little
true.
sweaty?
That's true. That's
It's too complicated to explain. Read. Holy shit. Okay. Kindergarten, elementary, then you go to one of these 3 types of high schools. And then one of these 3 types of universities. Kindergarten at 2 years old? No, it's probably like year 2 of education. Maybe? Wait, right? Is it? Oh, no, wait. Is it? Wait, what? Is it age? Wait, do you spend like 2 years or 4 years in kindergarten? The problem is, even when everyone has free at the point of use education, those from disadvantaged backgrounds are found to achieve worse grades and have worse occupational outcomes. It isn't simply a matter of education. Yeah, Oxco. That's what I try to emphasize for people, because people just don't seem to understand. People just, and I don't blame them, but like suburban kids especially don't seem to understand that making something free at the point of use doesn't really help some people. Like, right now in the United States, if they were to make a program where anybody that has like the brain power and desire can go and get like a free 4 years in school, free PhD if you go and you sign up for it, and they made that free, absolutely fucking free, and they did it, like the most beneficial, like if like somebody like me, like, oh, I could go and run and do that, cool, and then I'm done and I have my PhD. But if you're like a poor person, if you've got a family to support, if you've got like kids or like family members that you need to support, like you don't always have the opportunities to do that. If you've got like pre-existing debt or loans or whatever, like if you're trying to pay bills on a house or something, like you don't have the opportunity to take advantage of free at the point of use, because sometimes the cost of the point of use isn't a prohibitive factor. And a lot of people have a really hard time understanding that, which is really annoying. It's insane because these conversations on free at point of use education is actually stunting real conversations on how to solve these massive attainment gaps in education and social mobility. Yeah, for sure. And it's also annoying then because when you want to have real, for instance, like when people talk about like making like education free for everyone, and it's like, dog, the amount of extra money you need to come up with that versus if we were to just like make people that could afford it pay for it, oh my God, there'd be more teachers available, better infrastructure, more school books, like better, like everything would be so much better. But like people are so ideologically bought into one thing. Do you have like ready to work high school in the US? Like you're 15 and learning to be a plumber or HVAC? No, we don't do any of that type of training. You don't have any you have very, very little specialization exists in high school. So that's like our final 4 years of elementary school, I guess is what we call it. And then you don't really specialize until you get to like year 2 or 3 in college. Like that's when our specialization starts. Trade schools are the major thing the U.S. is lacking. It is, and it is a huge problem. There is way too huge a disparity between 4-year college degrees and people that graduate high school. This is another thing that is very, very, very You guys have trade schools, I'm sure we do, but we don't really. I don't know how available they are. They don't talk about them much. One of the biggest drivers of wealth inequality in the United States are college degrees. And it's very irritating, especially because all of these like suburban lefty white people are preaching to their audiences on like Twitter. You hear a lot of these very weird talking points like, oh, like all this student debt is crushing America. Like student debt is killing students. Like college degrees aren't worth it, blah, blah, blah. But they absolutely are. Like college degrees are so worth it that they are like destroying everybody that doesn't have one. It's absolutely unreal what the median earning difference is between having just a 4-year bachelor's and no college. It's insane. Like we're talking the difference between like $2,800 a month here versus like $4,500 a month, $4,600 a month. Like it is unbelievable how valuable a college degree is in the United States.
I'm trying to make sure I'm getting it right. When it comes to EU, they are fucked if they don't get insane grades, whereas in America, at least even with mid-tier grades, you can still get into a well-equipped school through in-state tuition at the minimum.
Maybe, I don't know how many different funding mechanisms exist for European schools. In the US, there's a ton of different like scholarships and financial aid and all sorts of like grants and shit. Like, yeah, where are my Pell Grant boys at? I think England made uni free and found little change in student income brackets. Well, yeah, that was the one education system I'm slightly more familiar with. Initially, the UK, they tried to make all school free, and it just didn't work. There were like too many people swarming the system. The quality of the education went down. It wasn't really helping poor people at all. And eventually, they started to tier it more, where they started to charge people money to get in, but then they made it free or subsidized for poor people, which seemed to be incredibly positive. It like increased like by every metric. It was more successful by doing that.
Scotland has free university paid for by foreign students stuckers. This has benefited the middle class the most and has not helped less well-off families. Scotland has the lowest percentage of people from low-income families in university.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is one of the most, there are so many conversations that the online discussion just does not meet the reality. And like one of these is over like student loans. Like if you've got your degree, man, pay it back. Like let's see, average time to pay off college degree. Can I find this over time? Fuck. It's so hard to find like the specific charts because like nobody talks about this. Like we always see that like average cost of education has increased and increased and increased, but it's not outpacing the value of those degrees. Like it is maybe more important now to get a degree in college than it ever has been. And people keep talking about how it's not worth it anymore. The loans are too high. Like the job market sucks. Like, no, it does. None of that is true. Unemployment is so unbelievably fucking low. What are you talking about? Like there are so many fucking jobs. What the fuck? Net present value of a bachelor's degree, years to recoup the cost of a bachelor degree. In terms of like how many years working would it take for you to get back the cost of your bachelor's? Like it is so important to get one. In America, do you guys have to pay back student loans immediately or only after a certain income bracket? You can defer them, but typically you have to start paying them back right away. One absolutely good thing that other countries have done, you don't even have to fucking think about it, we should just copy it without a second thought, is income-based repayment. For a lot of countries, as soon as you start working, depending on what your income is, they'll scale your payments back of your student loans based on your income. That I've never heard an argument against that. It just seems like an overwhelmingly positive thing to do. We do that. So I think in the United States, there are some like specialized loan programs that you can qualify for to opt in and do it, blah, 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 blah. But in a lot of countries, I think this is just default. Like by default, it just happens. But in the United States, it's like you have to go through a process to get that. Destiny, what effect does what the degree? Oh, I'm sure different degrees pay different amounts, of course. But like, I mean, like this is just like median earnings between all degrees. I'm sure there are some that pay more and some that pay less, of course. Wait, are millennials just shittier with paying back their student loans than Gen X? I bet it's a complicated answer. I bet there's a lot of reasons why people are having trouble paying back loans versus other things. I don't know. I could think of a few off the top of my head, but I don't know how much. I don't know if it's always been this way, but the obsession with moving to the coasts. Like, you're not getting compensated for how much it costs to live here. And this is why I said it in the past. People got mad at me, and I'll say it again. Move. You get the fuck out. I don't know why the fuck anybody would come to live in fucking LA, Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Miami, Orlando, fucking New York. I don't know why the fuck anybody would move to these fucking cities. Go somewhere else. You are not going to get paid as much as it's going to cost you to live in one of these fucking places. Like, dude, you can get a sick ass fucking 2-bedroom apartment in fucking Omaha, Nebraska for like probably like what, $1,300 a month? That's probably on the upper end. $1,300, $1,400, $1,500 a month. It's going to get you a nice 2-bedroom apartment. You're you're not going to make 2 times as much money working as a fucking computer engineer in fucking LA as you would in fucking Omaha, Nebraska. It's not like one pays $70K a year and the other pays $140K a year, right? It's not that different. Like, Destiny, no companies in Nebraska for high school degrees. That's not true, though. You can find places to work, and I'm just using the Midwest as an example. You can find places to work in the South. Go move to fucking Austin, or go move to fucking like places like that. There's plenty of places in Texas. There's places in fucking Missouri. There's places in fucking Illinois, like up in Ohio. Like, Jesus.
You gnome fuck!
Holy shit, just move bonus me map classes are free low.
Because they don't want to live in bumfuck middle of nowhere. Okay, that's fine though. But guess what? Like, when people complain about like, oh, boomers were able to do
Midwest.
all of this shit where they could afford this and that and that. Yeah, well, guess where boomers fucking live, dude? Boomers weren't fucking driving around, you know, up and down the fucking 5 with their fucking Mustangs in LA, you know, living in fucking $4,000. They were living in the fucking farms of Kansas, okay? Yeah, no shit boomers could afford that fucking shit. You could probably make that much fucking selling weed and pay for places to live in these fucking shitter states, you know? Not everybody in the fucking world in the boomer time were all living in 3 fucking cities in the entire United States, you know? CS majors do benefit living in big tech cities much more than Omaha. They might do it much more than Omaha, but it's not gonna be enough to make up for the massive disparity in living costs and everything. Midwest Master Race, I bought a house at 23 on entry-level IT support. Wait, sure. Why is he pretending the cost of college hasn't drastically increased over time? I'm not pretending that. What I'm telling you is that the compensation for college has massively increased over time as well.
Anywhere besides the coasts are boring as fuck. Fuck the boring states.
Destiny, new grad software engineer at Facebook is $180,000 a year. Dog, I'm sorry to inform you this. I don't mean to crush your dreams, but not every single software engineer is graduating and getting an entry-level job at Facebook immediately. That's just not going to happen, my dude. College costs have gone up over 200% in the last 40 years. Yeah, and what has the wage compensation gone up over the last 40 years? People will look at this is what you guys do. You guys will look at the cost of college and you'll say, oh, it's gone up by this amount. And they're like, oh, really? Well, how much have college wages increased? And then you go like, well, here's total wage compensation for the entire economy. Let's look at that. Like, well, hold on, that's not really telling the whole story, is it? Like, I don't think construction workers are making that much more now than they did 40 years ago, but I'm willing to bet you that people that graduated 4-year degrees are probably earning quite a bit more than they were like 40 years ago. Did wages go? Well, okay, well, let's look it up. Average compensation, 4-year degree, or wait, hold on. Median earnings, bachelor's degree over time. Can I find? Am I able to find these numbers? The St. Louis University thing or whatever? Or St. Louis Federal Reserve, what's it called?
Washingtonian here. I live here because it's home. Generational wealth for reference, though Portland and Seattle nearly had a Detroit-style collapse in the 70s. Seattle still doesn't have a population that cracks 1 million.
Wait, what? Well, hold on, sorry. When I think of city populations, I'm usually thinking of the whole metro area. I don't know if you guys think about it differently in Seattle, but like, I don't know. I guess it would just depend on how you're looking at it. But what percentage? Did somebody say 40%? 30%, 20%? What were we talking about? I don't remember what the percentage was, but from 2000 to 2020, it looks like compensation for a bachelor's degree has gone up about 50%. What percentage were we looking at before? Compared to what?
Does everyone even needs a degree? In the past 10 years, basic degrees, non-CS, med, science, etc., are using Pearson that cost $200-ish for the course and $1,000 in tuition to the U. As a student, my interviewers haven't cared about my degree as much. Exp.
Yes, degrees are still massively beneficial and massively helpful. Real wages fell for workers with lower levels of educational attainment and rose for highly educated workers. I wonder what highly educated means here. That probably, do you think that just means 4 years? The college wage premium has leveled since that time, but it remains high. High-wage workers as a group benefited more from the increased payoff to a college degree because they are the best educated and have the highest gains in educational attainment over 1979 and 1990 period. The wage value of a college degree relative to a high school education increased markedly over 1979 to 2000.
You gnome fuck!
Bit late, but great work in Georgia.
Thanks. Education and occupation patterns appear to be important in wage trends. Worker groups studied in this report were more likely to have earned a bachelor's or advanced degree in 2019 than workers in 1979, with the gains in college degree attainment being particularly large for workers in the highest wage groups. For some low and middle wage worker groups, however, these educational gains were not sufficient to raise wages. Workers' occupational categories appear to matter as well and may help explain the failure of education alone to raise wages, which we would expect. You probably have to get a somewhat relevant degree. You can't just get like a random one.
The other thing that Zoomers who wanna live in Silicon Valley don't get. A union plumber making $50 an hour in Idaho will have more house and more toys for the dollar than your apartment. Your grandparents crossed an ocean in a steamship. Move.
You gnome
Oh, then we already saw these.
School debt is really scary when you first look at the number, and if you came out of college into a depression and couldn't find a job, that probably scared people into thinking it was a bigger cost than it really is.
School debt is really scary when you first look at the number. Yeah, sure. I guess it can be. I mean, you get a lot of time to pay it back, but yeah. Did you see the job loss reports? Like 140,000 of the 150,000 jobs shut this past month were all women. Ooh, that's interesting. I wonder if that's because of the school stuff. Kids having to stay home from school means that parents have to stay home and watch them, and it's usually moms that do that, maybe? Feels like Destiny is missing the standard of living issue that millennials have. They grew up in a house that was bought by their parents when the income needed to purchase a property was significantly less than it is now. So now they want to keep the same standard for living, but do not have the same starting point their parents did. So they sit and complain until they adulthood. I don't actually know if that's true. I would be interested in going back and looking at that. The problem is that if you have to listen to your parents, like here's what happens. This is what sounds like the story. Like this is what sounds like the story. And then I'm going to give you the missing piece at the end. When I grew up, my dad worked a single job, and he took care of my mom and me and my sister. He paid for a car. He paid for education. He sent us to school. He could do all these things. Now that I've grown up and I have my 4-year degree, I can't even pay for a house. It's ridiculous. That's bullshit. Like, that's what seems to be the case. The part missing from that, though, is my parents grew up and bought a house in rural Ohio, and I want a fucking high-rise in Manhattan. That's what feels like the difference, is that all these people complaining about the affordability of housing and the cost of living want to buy a fucking single-family home in the fucking Bay Area. Or they want a fucking 2-bedroom apartment in fucking downtown LA. Like, yeah, you can't afford shit. Fucking Sushia was living up in nowhere fucking Iowa, and she had like a decent, like, holy shit, this is like a 2-bedroom. This is like she was in a two-bedroom big apartment with a roommate. And I think that their rent for that, I don't know, you can ask her. I think her rent was like $500 a month. So like, yeah, I mean like, yeah, your parents could afford whatever, but like they weren't living in the same areas that you want to live in now. Don't you think that there is a reason people are moving to the coast besides there is cooler and more popular living there? I mean, it makes more sense that these people just can't find jobs. No, you're moving to the coast because our culture is fucking cancer. Because you guys obsess over these stupid fucking dipshit notions of the American dream of going to some massive fucking city and becoming massively fucking loaded and spending your entire fucking life trying to accumulate enough money to buy enough things to make you happy because you can't find it in any of the other places besides like what fucking corporations sell you to make you feel good about yourself. That's the reason why. There is no perfect fucking reason to leave your family and friends and move to some soulless fucking American city on the coast where you can be fucking miserable commuting to and from work every single fucking day so that you can buy whatever Joe Rogan advertises to you while you're fucking popping Ambiens and trying to fall asleep to his podcast at night. I don't think there's a monumentally good reason for that. People throughout all of human history have existed without living in megapolis fucking cities where you're crammed in like fucking sardines from wall to wall to wall to wall in these shitty apartments that you pay thousands of dollars a month for. I think we could probably still manage to do it today. I totally wholesale reject the reason that we absolutely need to live in one of the 5 largest fucking cities in the world in order to have meaning and happiness in our life. I'm not buying that, okay? Is that so wrong, though? If I want to be able to live in LA, I should be able to. It's kind of sad that those areas in this country are so inaccessible to us simply because of cost. I think that's fair. No, it's not fair. No, I'm sorry, but not everybody in the world should be able to live wherever they want to. Because you know what? It's called physics. We literally don't have the fucking space. You can't fit everybody. If everybody in the world wanted to live in LA, it doesn't work that way. You can't do it. Not everybody fits in every area. Like, we have enough space in the United States, I think we have enough space in Texas to fit every single human being in the world, like decently spread out. I think that was true. But like, for some reason, every single person in the world wants to go and live in like one of 4 cities. Mow down all the single. What is It was in a fucking meme picture, so I'm not gonna be able to find it. I think there was like that neoliberal Twitter posted that. Does anybody know what I'm thinking of? What picture I'm thinking of? I'm not gonna be able to find it. Do you guys remember the picture, right? Can you explain? Well, no, if I explain, it'll ruin the joke. God damn it.
You gnome fuck!
I wanted to type my opinion here, but I don't want to be called a dumb fucker. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, it was this shit. It was the, fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. It was like a picture where it's like what people think San Francisco looks like, and it's like a beautiful picture of the downtown and all the big buildings and everything. And then it was a second picture of like what San Francisco actually looks like. And it's like, it's this. The single family housing fucking dystopia. This part of the American dream can work, but it can't work in conjunction with everybody living in 2 areas. The American dream, for whatever fucking reason, is to own a fucking house. That's like the American dream. And that's fine. If you want to own a house, it works. But everybody can't have a house in the same fucking city.
Question. Your job would allow you to live anywhere in the world. Why do you live in LA?
I mean, I can live in LA because I can afford it.
Been a non-sub viewer / fan for about a year. Figured I would get a tier 4 sub to make up for that. Thanks for all you did during the Georgia election.
Thanks.
Keep up all the good work.
I didn't move to LA and demand that people restructure their property taxes, their income taxes, and their cost of living and their rent control to accommodate me wanting to move here. I have the money to afford to live here. Like, that's why I live here. But when I was fucking poor and cleaning carpets, you better fucking believe I wouldn't try to move to a place like LA. Or even when I was going to graduate from college. If I would have graduated from college, I probably would have moved to fucking LA. I think he meant, why did I choose LA? Oh, because it seems to be a place for like content creators and shit. But after this, it's either going to be Miami or Austin, so. I don't think people move to these cities for cultural reasons. I think it's completely the result of a snowball of economic agglomeration, creating huge opportunity for high school people. I don't agree with that, Eric. I don't think that's true. I think that there's more compensation in places like California than like Missouri for people with high skill degrees.
Carpet
for sure.
cleaning in LA is called being a porn star.
But I don't think that compensation is adequate for uprooting your entire life, moving to a whole other area, and then having the increased cost of living as well. I don't think the compensation is that high. And then also, this is just going by like personal experience as well. I don't think like the view of living in like the Midwest and everything is like you just got to get out. You go to escape. I don't know who else lived in like small towns or small cities, but like if you stayed in your state after graduating college, you're a fucking loser. Like literally, people will look down at you as being a fucking loser. And I didn't live in, and to be clear, I didn't live in like a fucking small shitter village, okay? We didn't wake up every morning and go suck the fucking cow off for our breakfast, okay? I lived in a real metropolitan area, population over 1 million, okay? The Omaha metro population is over 1 million
With
I thought it
home
was.
ownership being super expensive, there should be some kind of person that can lease somebody a place to live in these busy areas that they otherwise wouldn't have the capital to purchase, for a consistent rate monthly Pepe.
Nice. This is like a big-ass fucking city.
I know that this is an edge case, but for example in the animation industry most of the good paying jobs and good studios are in the coast. Would you say it's still not worth it? Sorry if the question is dumb.
I don't know. I mean, it depends. It depends. I don't think that if every single animator across the country feels like they need to go to one area, seems like it's probably not a good thing. It's not going to work. But like, yeah, like even people like in Omaha felt like if you stayed in here, you're like a little small town nobody that just needs to fucking leave the fucking city and get the fuck out. Like, oh yeah, and this was the tweet I was thinking of. What NIMBYs want you to think San Francisco is like versus what San Francisco is actually like. True.
It's not just immediate compensation. External economies allows a small area like Silicon Valley to have hundreds of companies allowing future advancement options and a plethora of labor options. In Missouri you have a tiny fraction of that.
I think you're just wrong. You know what? I'm going to say that. You're just wrong. I guarantee you that there are a ton of fucking software developers, computer engineers, data analysts, software devs, blah, 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 that all probably work in Kansas City, and they probably work just fine. I bet they have jobs in buildings, I bet they do a bunch of fucking work, and I bet that all of these people manage to pay their bills and have excess money and do just fine. I don't think that the only fucking tech jobs that exist in the entire fucking country exist on the coast. I don't think that's true. And live boring fucking lives. What the fuck kind of life are you living in fucking LA? Like, what are you guys talking about? How many software devs do you know go to move to San Francisco and then are out like fucking partying or surfing every other fucking day? What do you mean? Most of you people live miserable fucking lives. Fucking 25% of you millennial fucks are on antidepressants or SSRIs or some shit. Like, what, are you guys out here acting like you're living your best life? Like you're happy and fulfilled and you're not all like on the verge of breaking down into midlife crises because you realize that like the dream of like going to college and getting some soulless fucking corporate job and then moving to San Francisco and living in some tiny fucking corner of the world for your entire life like isn't making you happy. Like we're going to pretend that these people that all moved to these massive cities are having like the most fun that they ever could have had any other place in their world. Like, come on, dude. Whatever they're doing, it's available in these big cities, unlike in the Midwest where half of every idea you could ever have about what to do in life is unachievable there. Well, like, what do you mean by that? I don't know if that's true. I feel like I could find probably most jobs outside of the coast. Like, what would be your advice then out of interest? You sometime in fucking high school, when you're 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, or at least when you move out again on your own, at some point you have to figure out like what in life makes you happy. Because if you don't figure that out, then the world is going to fast track you onto whatever is the most economically viable path, and that does not necessarily line up with what suits you best as a human. And nobody seems to give a fuck about that at all. Nobody seems to think about that at all. People want to maximize economic outcomes, ignoring the fact that an economic outcome and and like a personal fulfillment or personal happiness outcome don't necessarily have to align at all. There's no incentive in any market structure or in any government structure to make sure that whatever you're doing makes you the happiest possible. The only thing that society's interested in is gearing you towards being as economically productive as possible. And if you don't spend any time thinking about like what makes you happy or what you want to do, then you're just going to be railroaded down that track. Like, it's so fucking crazy to me that, like, you guys, like, all of our games suck now for RPGs because you guys want these nasty fucking stupid as fuck open world experiences where you can go do anything and go be anyone and go live whatever fucking life you want. Fucking Elder Scrolls 69, fucking GTA, blah, 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 blah. And then in the real world, you guys are railroaded on, like, the most linear fucking Phantasy Star, Final Fantasy 7 game or whatever the fuck it is, where you have, like, no choices, like, no options, and you're just, like, given the same, like, you have one class that you can scale into, and that's all you can fucking do for your whole life until you fucking die. Like you guys treat your RPGs as more open world than your actual fucking lives. Sorry. Anyway, this is a long way to say, listen, I don't think that all of us should obsess over going to live on the coasts. Okay, this is... Fuck, I just get so triggered reading all these messages. Destiny, a lot of us have no choice, though, unfortunately. That's not true. If you graduate from college and you have a 4-year bachelor degree, you have so much choice. You have more choice open to you today than the most powerful people in the world had open to them 200 or 300 years ago. Like, you can travel the fucking globe for $200. You can probably fly to almost any place on the planet. Like, you can move around any part of the country that you want. Like, there's so much opportunity and stuff available to you. Genuine question, how does a city like Tokyo keep the rent lower than major U.S. cities? We'd have to look it up again, but I think Tokyo is the only city in the world that was able to deal with its rent problem. But I'm pretty sure in Japan, I think it's just ultra fucking aggressive zoning. $200, Destiny, you're trolling? Plane tickets are way cheaper than most people think they are. Nobody seems to know this, but if you book plane tickets in advance, like they're usually like pretty cheap. And then if you're willing to fly... Like, if I wanted to round trip to Stockholm, and I know, like, a couple months in advance, I don't know, let's see, for, like, a week. Let's see how the cheapest prices we have. Never do the 30-hour trips. Fuck all that shit. You fucked us up looking at international flights. I mean, I can find cheap as fuck flights. I know it because I have flown round trip from LAX to Sweden for like $400 before. I know they're out there. Like, you just have to be willing to like be flexible with your dates. But like, I've flown back and forth between Sweden like fucking 10 times now, and so has Melina. Like, you can find insanely fucking cheap flights doing this. You just have to be like flexible with your dates and shit. But now every flight I find is gonna be expensive as fuck. So. Are airlines private or public entities? Usually they're publicly traded, but usually they're private. Try Google Flights? Fuck no, I always book on Skip Lag. To be fair, $350 one way is insane. That's a round trip from Florida to Connecticut for me usually. $350 round trip should get you almost anywhere in the US. Here, we'll unmute donos while we look around at flights, okay?
I think reparations is a terrible idea. If you want reparations for events that affected you directly as in something you personally went through, willing to explain into more detail if need be.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
I live on the East Coast and work for a mid-large sized game studio in a mid-sized city, and I love living here. Going to San Fran is nice to visit for GDC but is way too stressful for me. Bonus meme, too? A lot of people in LA also like to give the impression they ball out in mansions but in reality are renting as opposed to owning the property. More often than not they end up not being able to actually afford it.
True. Okay, you know what? Listen, okay? Skip Black Fuck this right now.
Culture and media stigmatized living in 90 of the landmass of the country and then complain about rent being too expensive in the 10. That attitude is what people mean when they say coastal elites.
You gnome fuck!
Hi, buddy.
Rip, call me Carson. I skimmed through this video and it seemed boring as fuck, okay?
Is it really a cultural thing? Doesn't the trend of people mass moving in the 23 big cities in their countries basically universal?
Yeah, listen, it's a world culture, alright?
Destiny moving out to the coast to work is a lot like going to prestigious colleges. You go out to meet ambitious top minds in your field. Pay scales up because the talent and ambition scales up along with rent.
But it doesn't match it. Like, if you get double the rent, you're not getting double
Hey,
pay or whatever, or double the disposable
to your
income.
8K and the experience you gave me organizing canvases for over 40 people. I can afford rent in LA now too. Thanks, but bill for that flight coming soon.
Okay, I'm pausing these again. These are dumb.
Some people probably come from a small town like me in the Midwest that has literally nothing but a Walmart and Culver's around. Culver's is based, though. And then assume they need to go to the coast instead of just a bigger city near them.
Nice. I don't know if travel is banned right now to the Caribbean, but I was looking at tickets because Melina wants to go to the Caribbean for a few days. And when I was looking at these tickets round trip are $170. I don't know. Usually, if people travel a lot, I don't know. Listen, those that travel know. If you get tickets in advance to like other places in the world, I know for a fact that I've traveled round trip from LAX to Sweden for like $350. I know I booked those tickets for because I've gone on the flights. One of these had like a fucking 5 or 6 hour layover, I think in like Portugal, which kind of sucked. But like, I don't know. Flights are a lot cheaper than a lot of people think they are. I don't know if the Caribbean is like fucked right now or something. During COVID? No, this was like before all that shit happened. LeMayo, so now it's not 200 anymore. Got it. I was saying 200 in the United States. But listen, yes, I'm a little hyperbolic when I speak sometimes. It's not exactly $200. You know what? There are probably a lot of things that are more expensive than $200. But I'm just saying, like, they're a lot cheaper than most people seem to think. People seem to think that, like, flights from, like, fucking the U.S. to, like, Europe or whatever even are, like, $2,000. Take my anecdote as data. All right. What are, like, the longest flights you can go out in the United States? Like, LAX to, like, Reagan? This is a pretty long flight. This is one way. This round trip flight, if you're willing to fly Spirit, is $130. Although you're flying from major airport to major airport. What's the cheapest flight from like Omaha to Reagan? Okay, I can fly these flights. This is round trip for... These flights suck. Realistically, we would probably never do this one with a 15-hour layover. But this is $198. So less than $200. Okay. What other what about Seattle to Miami? Yeah, I mean, travel is also crazy cheap right now. Travel is not usually as expensive as people make it out to be. They just waste money on a lot of stupid shit. I traveled a lot before and after the coronavirus shit. Jesus Christ. This is a round trip direct flight from Seattle to Miami for $137? To me, it's not the plane ticket, but everything costs money. I don't have 2K to drop on a vacation. Yeah, I'm not talking about vacation. I'm just saying like traveling in general is not as expensive as people make it out to be. What are the rail networks like in the States? Really good if you're cargo, but if you're a passenger, probably pretty shit. What's the best American airline in your opinion? Delta. 1,000,000,000% better. So in short, get a bachelor's degree and the world is your oyster. In the United States, if you have a 4-year bachelor's degree, you're probably fucking set. Yeah, you should be fine. Unless you get some really stupid... unless you get a really bad degree. What's a bad degree? One that you can't afford. Do you use travel credit cards? Yes, I have all that Chase Ultimate Rewards shit. You guys should too. Do you regret not finishing your degree? I mean, I think prioritizing work was smarter than finishing the degree that I was on. It was like round trip to Tokyo with a layover in Vancouver for $720. But I would never... Fuck layovers, dude. Fuck that shit. I just want to get on and be there. Gotta have at least 15K on an account for that perk/card Destiny. I don't know how much you need to qualify for it, but the Chase Sapphire Reserve should be within most people's reach, I think, as long as you have decent credit. Oh, here we go. $586 for an easy layover flight. This is a round trip from LAX to Tokyo. What was your plan for the music degree? I don't know. I just like music. Jesus. I know Minecraft is off in the future, but if you want a custom mod pack, maybe it's good to have people start that now. No, I'm done. We're not doing Minecraft right now. Okay, chill. I'm not even thinking about Minecraft right now. Chill, that girl looks a little risque, okay? This is a fucking meme tweet. Why do you guys fall for this obvious fucking bait? Key force and alert.
Crafting. Chest. Chest.
Man! No!
Zoomers LULW insert racist joke here. Crafting. Chest.
Nice. Does she think... Are they going to be able to... Are they going to be able to impeach in the Senate, or is this just going to be like a second House impeachment? What is the point? Is there a point? I think the point is to show they can hold him accountable. No, but I mean, if they impeach him again and the Senate doesn't, like... Like, what is the point of a second impeachment? Like, something that I worry about, I think if he's impeached, he can't run again. You guys keep talking about things that happens if, like, the Senate impeaches him, right? Like, the thing that I'm thinking about is, like, does it trivialize impeachments if we just, like, impeach him twice? Isn't that kind of weird? Like... Could we theoretically, like, machine gun impeach him? Like, could Pelosi theoretically file, like, 7 different impeachment forms? And we just impeach him, like, 10 times? Like... What do you mean trivialize? What Trump is doing is unprecedented destiny. They aren't just impeaching. When I say trivialize, I mean, like, impeachment already kind of sort of means nothing, right? If it's only in the House. So, like, if they impeach him twice in a row, like, it's like double nothing, no? NPR was saying if they impeach in the House, they can hold the articles from Congress for 100 days for Biden and then convict once the country cools down a bit. Do you really think they'd do that, though? I don't know. Maybe. When is Destiny Moderation? I think it's in like 40 minutes. Ready to go in 40. See if both of our debaters are ready to go. Our relevant's ready to go.
You kids are so lazy. Back in my day, we did stuff.
Grandpa, we have a time machine.
I'm a little crabby boy. Oh no, what am I gonna do without my beach? I'll just click around the living room, I guess. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Grab stuff. Click, click, click. I'm racist.
Okay, good one.
Why are you standing still? Do you think the world waits for you while you stand there drooling? Get back out there and get to work. Who the fuck do you think I am? I'm the fucking god of New Vegas Brahmin fusion cuisine, that's who. No, that doesn't even give me the credit I deserve.
People will listen to Metal Gear Solid 1 and say the voice acting was bad and then go full soy over this. Explain how.
I fucking invented edible food. Do you like eating? Good. You owe me your entire goddamn garbage existence. Oh, really? So despite your filthy face and your vacant expression and your complete lack of human dignity, you're telling me you're not a server? What kind of harebrained fucking psychobabble bullshit is that? I yell at people because I like yelling at people, and because they fucking deserve it. Not because Mumsy and Daddykins didn't hug me enough. Oh, I see how it is. You think because my father walked out on us when I was 5, now I have to yell at people. Or because my mother was a deranged chem fiend who regularly brought strange men home who told me to call them uncle. Or because my sisters would lock me in a shipping crate when they didn't want me around. And my brother... God, I forgot about that. How could they do that to me? I can't stay here. I need to be alone. Forget about the fucking banquet. You know what? You can do it. You be the star chef. Take my recipes. It won't fill the hole, though. Just remember that. You'll always feel empty.
Good one. Trump kicked off Stripe. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Any credit card recommendations? I don't know. I do the Chase shit. And after the pandemic, I'm going to be a Delta loyal customer, okay? Delta got my business. You know why? Because Delta was the only company that spaced every other during the pandemic. So fucking amen to them. Fuck United and fuck Southwest. American Airlines might have done well too. I don't know about them. But I know that Delta did good. Any stonks memes? I don't know. How's their AMD doing? Fuck. 95. Not bad. Who jumped in? Who was with me on the AMD train, guys? We're riding this baby to 150, okay? We're going in. What happened to Bitcoin? Bitcoin is going up and up. I think it was at 40K. Did Melinda's fans send one Bitcoin? No, they sent like $100 in Bitcoin. But still fun. What's up with Lefty's fixation on Cuba? Well, America good, or America bad, Cuba good, basically. I don't know. I don't know the whole story about Cuba as much. If you were so smart, then explain Tesla stocks. Well, they're going to the moon, baby. I think Tesla's worth more than like every single car company combined right now in the world. The valuation on this is just so fucking funny. Holy shit. This is not true. That is so wrong. Don't they have like a highest market? Don't they have a higher market cap than like most other car companies in the world right now? Oh, yes, but not combined. Oh, okay. Sorry. Not combined. Not more than every other car company combined. Just like half of them combined, I guess. Does capitalism actually reduce poverty? Oh, God. Okay. I'll be right back and then maybe watch this video. And then I do my debate and moderation show with Trihex and Irrelevant. Give me a sec.
sense of exploration wraps itself from me. My acceleration through the galaxy. As the sparkle starts to smear, realize that all my fear melts into periphery. I dive into the mysteries of
Oh, I saw this.
Here's something you hear a lot. Say what you will about capitalism, you can't deny it's lifted people out of poverty. I hear that all the time, especially when I'm talking about rising inequality and the vanishing middle class. The rates of extreme poverty, we are told, have plummeted under global capitalism. We are told that global capitalism has cut poverty by as much as 80 or 90%. This reminds me of my mother. Whenever I ranted about how bad the situation was today, she would tell me how much worse it had been before. Be grateful for the improvements, Richard, she would say. I wasn't convinced then, and I'm not now. These champions of capitalism are slick, I'll give them that, but here's why they're wrong. Their clever math comes from how they define poverty. According to the World Bank, anyone making under $1.90 a day is considered poor. Everyone else is okay. But that number isn't actually based on the living costs of any actual person. It's totally arbitrary. Could you live on $1.90 a day? The United Nations doesn't think so. They say everyone would need at least 4 times that, $7.40 a day, to get the absolute minimum for, quote, basic nutrition and normal human...
What? I guess it's all because it's all small YouTube videos. Like, I mean, like, in a first world country, you obviously couldn't live off of this much per day. But I don't know, like, what is the average salary Sudan? Average take-home earnings net is this. What is this in USD? The average Sudanese person is earning 1,256 USD a year. It's divided by 306. That's about $3.44 a day. I mean, I couldn't live off of that in the United States and any part of the US, but I mean, there might be some countries that can. Careful with averages in society. Yeah, sure. I'm just saying that, like, asking somebody, like, in an OECD country, like, could you live off of $1.90 per day? Well, obviously not. But when we're talking about, like, global poor, we're probably not talking about somebody that can only afford a one-bedroom apartment in a downtown U.S. city. Like, but my guess is that no matter where we put the bar for poverty, it's probably decreased over time. Isn't the whole point that the $1.90 number is just a number that's not based on... Okay, sure, we'll put it somewhere else. Has that number gone down at all? Like, so what's your point? Some terrible poor countries can make this arbitrary stipulation? Seems like a weird weasel. That's not the point. The point is that probably wherever you look at poverty rates in whatever number, it probably still is decreased. Oh, okay. So here's, people are linking me other charts. So this is below $1.90 a day. This is $1.90 to $3.20 a day. This is $3.20 to $5.50 a day. And this is $5.50 to $10 a day. So, I mean, it seems like all of them are decreasing. It seems like the most significant is like at the very low end here, right? Is the most significant change. However, I'm willing to bet that like these are probably the worst countries too, where this bit of change probably makes the biggest difference as well. Also, yeah, this is only for like 35 years too. But, okay.
United Nations doesn't think so. They say everyone would need at least 4 times that, $7.40 a day, to get the absolute minimum for, quote, basic nutrition and normal human life expectancy.
So somebody making 2 times the average salary in like Sudan wouldn't be able to survive like a normal life? Is that true? Holy shit, Chad is $740 a year. This is like $2 a day. You're telling me if these people got 5 times the average Chad income, they still wouldn't have enough to, like... Again, I'm going by, these are like the lowest countries, of course, the cheapest countries, but... They probably aren't getting their daily recommended nutrition goal. Yeah, sure, but if you were making 5 times the salary, do you think you would? Or what about in like Nigeria? Okay, so Nigeria is making bank at $889 a month, which comes out to about $30 a day. But I don't know. Doing these big comparisons where you're like the average person needs this much a month seems, or a day, seems kind of silly when the cost of living is going to be so dramatically different from one country to another.
Expectancy, end quote. Using this more realistic number, the number of people in poverty has actually increased over the last 4 decades to a whopping 4.2 billion. Poverty.
Wait, what is this? Wait, what? What's the source on that? Hold on. Oh, no. Wait, oh, no. Oh, no, he didn't. No, they didn't just do that. No. Wait, hold on. No, I didn't see that right. Are we using absolute numbers here when Africa as a continent has had an explosion of population from like the 80s and 90s? Is that like... I mean, like, their birth rates have fallen off, but in terms of the overall share of people born on the earth, my guess is going to be that that is the highest in impoverished countries. So even if people were being lifted out of poverty, on the whole, if more people are born in poorer countries, then of course more people are going to be under the poverty rate. Why does data suck so much? Or why do these people... What a stupid fucking graph.
Poverty has gone up, not down. But hey, at least the proportion of people in poverty has gone down, they might say.
Oh.
But what's actually the reason for that? Was it...
Why would you even show the other graph? How dishonest.
Really capitalism that was our knight in shining armor? As a matter of fact, almost all of that reduction in poverty has been in one country, China, not in the countries where American-style capitalism was exported. China accomplished this with massive government industrial spending and social programs that it calls socialist. With a few exceptions, the rest of the world has seen very little progress in reducing poverty. If you exclude China...
Share of global population living in extreme poverty, including and excluding China, 1981 to 2015. So this is the world not including China, and then this is the world including China. So it's still dropped, but not quite as significantly.
And not only has the number of people in poverty increased, but the proportion of people in poverty hasn't fared much better.
I am super curious what the I'm super curious what the average living condition is like for like a rural Chinese person. Are they there? Do they still do like fucking subsistence farming and shit? Is that like a normal existence for like modern? I don't know in terms of like modern Chinese life, like outside of like the major cities and shit.
Taking down a measly 5.4% over 40 years. At that rate, experts project it would take more than 200 years to come close to eliminating poverty.
Okay.
And that's only if there are never any recessions and the global economy manages to reach 173 times its current size.
Wait. Oh, okay.
No one expects either of those things to happen. Already, the crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic has made years' worth of poverty reduction worthless. 100 million people have fallen right back into extreme poverty. But the problem isn't the viruses. Viruses come and go. The real problem is the system, a system that implodes every 4 to 7 years, pushing more and more people into deep poverty, and which has absolutely no protections for ordinary people when it collapses. Even the defenders of the system have started to admit just how flawed it is. The World Bank itself now says that reducing inequality by just one...
It's not fuck. My history sucks, but I'm pretty sure that one of the... It's so funny that he talks about the investment from China into their like education and blah, blah, blah. Wasn't one of the biggest ways that China gained access to money was through the liberalization of trade? The massive trade that they run with other highly capitalist countries that are willing to export supply chains and import products from China as a country? Like, where do you think China's getting all the fucking money from? It's coming from other capitalist fucking countries. Like, what the fuck? Where do you think all of their value and worth and everything? Do you think it's just them like just...
percent a year would lift more people out of poverty than increasing economic...
Same exact thing happened in India, and same thing with Vietnam as well. What were they called? I never remember these. The Dan Doi or whatever the fuck. They had like 5 reform periods or whatever. Feels like every socialist country does this, where Doi Moi reform. Sorry, it feels like every socialist country does this thing where they're like, we're gonna be hardcore socialist, and then now our country is gonna be awesome, and then okay. Our country kind of sucks shit right now. Let's just get a little bit more liberal, okay? Let's try liberalizing the trade. Let's try opening up a little bit of private investment. Let's try... Oh, shit, our country's doing so much fucking better now. Fuck yeah, socialism, baby. Like, okay, dude.
Economic growth by 1% above current forecasts. That's not to say some things haven't gotten better. But where they are, it's because of ambitious government programs. That's why Cuba, an avowedly socialist country...
I already know what he's going to say. But he might not say this. This is like the same talking point. That's why Cuba has the highest percentage per capita of doctors of any fucking country in the world. I hope he doesn't. Maybe he will. I feel like I hear this fucking talking point repeated out the fucking ass.
a decades-long embargo has a lower rate of infant mortality, a higher life expectancy, and a higher rate of literacy than the much wealthier United States. And that's also why the countries with the lowest poverty are places like Denmark and Finland. It's no mystery. No advanced economy has ever achieved low poverty rates without high levels of government social spending.
Government social spending? I fucking horseshoed. It's here. This is the horseshoe. Richard Wolff, the god fucking socialist, is using the Republican talking point of socialism is when the government does things. What the fuck? The Republicans were right all along. Did we just become Republicans? Am I a conservative now? Is this the case? So socialism is when the government does stuff. Like,
and the fact is, capitalists have always fought against those policies, against progressive taxation, against minimum wages, against social welfare programs, against union bargaining. Poverty has been reduced not by capitalism, but in spite of and against capitalists' opposition. So it's not just that capitalism doesn't fix poverty. It plunges more and more people into desperation so that the system can survive. The rising number of people in poverty can attest to that. And despite what the inaccurate statistics might suggest, as long as we have a system designed around profit, that won't change. This is Richard Wolff, professor of economics.
Never mind that China, the thing that he cited earlier, their entire government economy is centered around profit, by the way, which is why it's probably more accurate to call it a state capitalist system than an actual socialist or communist system, but...
At the new school university for the Gravel Institute.
The Gravel Institute, a.k.a. the PragerU of the left. Oh, we watched this Vox thing where Cuba has like fucking so many, Cuba has like so many fucking doctors and shit because of, I don't know why, something related to their education or whatever. But apparently that like the black markets for being like a cab driver and shit pay more than what doctors get paid. So a lot of it, but this is just like a 5-minute Vox thing. I don't know how accurate it is necessarily, but take everything with a grain of salt.
El día que menos ha dado 70. La madre de mis hijos médico gana un promedio de casi 900, casi 40.
Did you catch that? This guy makes more in one day than a doctor makes in a month, and he's a taxi driver. Well, he's actually a trained engineer, but engineers make even less than doctors. Welcome to the Cuban economy. Right after the Socialist Revolution in 1959, Fidel Castro's government seized almost all private businesses and land.
You won't have to worry about next year. The state will do your planning from now on.
Every restaurant, factory, hospital, and home was property of the government. The state set prices for everything and decided how much people got paid. The private sector disappeared overnight.
The world these men live in desperately needs economic reforms.
You can see the result of this if you go looking for food in Havana today. When I showed up, I was pretty excited to see what street...
It feels kind of weird that, like, if you want to do, like, an unbiased look at stuff going on in Cuba, you'd be showing literally, like, Western propaganda related to it. Makes you feel a little bit biased, but okay.
Needs economic reforms.
You can see the result of this if you go looking for food in Havana today. When I showed up, I was pretty excited to see what street food was on offer. But all I could find was this. Just this. Ham sandwiches everywhere. Here's a typical scene in a Cuban eatery. Too many employees in an empty establishment with empty shelves. They're just waiting for food deliveries from the government and putting in their 8 hours so that they can go home. They get paid the same whether they sell 1 plate of food or 50. This model just doesn't work.
Okay, fuck, this video sucks. Okay, to be fair, in a normal American restaurant, you get paid the same whether you sell 1 sandwich or 50 sandwiches, which is why most employees don't give a fuck about the business, to be fair.
Cuba survived for many years with subsidies from the Soviet Union.
Viva el comunismo!
But since its collapse, the economy's been getting worse every year. This lady is showing me her government ration cards that she's kept for decades. Cubans use these cards to go to the storage houses to get their monthly rations.
El aceite que es menos cantidad, los granos que son menos, el azúcar que es menos, ni hay jabón de baño, ni de lavar, ni detergente. Bueno, cada día las menos cosas.
¿Usted cree que han mejorado el proceso en alguna forma? The government realized this was becoming a problem in the 90s and started giving out private licenses, fueling a small but growing private sector. I stumbled upon a private restaurant in Havana, and it was a totally different experience than the public ones. There was actually movement and good service. The owners had to sell good food if they wanted to stay in business. Which brings me back to the taxi driver and the doctor. The reason why taxi drivers make so much more than doctors is because they have private licenses. Their salaries are not set by the state, and they can charge tourists high prices. I paid $25 to get from the airport into Havana, and in that 30 minutes, this driver made more than an average monthly salary of a Cuban, which is $20.
Yo trabajo 8 horas como licenciada profesional que soy de enfermería y diario yo no gano 50 pesos, no gano 12 o 6 diarios.
One of the problems with this is that you get highly trained workers leaving their trade to go do remedial work in the private sector. This guy's an engineer, but he's cooking in a private restaurant. These guys are accountants by trade, but are making a killing driving around tourists on taxi bikes. This woman is a nurse, but she hasn't worked in a hospital in years. This guy is an electrical engineer, but he opened up a barber shop in his house and makes 10 times more than he would in his field of study. Imagine trying to live on the Cuban average salary of $20 per month. When you ask them how—
Okay, wait, hold on. This video sucks. Okay, also, trying to live on an average salary of $20 per month, my guess is that 1, the cost of living in Cuba is probably a lot cheaper, and 2, there's probably a lot more provided by the government in Cuba as well. They don't literally have like $20 a month and they've got to like pay rent that's like $100 a month or some shit.
While they do it, they all have the same response.
Todos tenemos que hacer algo fuera de lo que es el salario, porque si no, no como.
Just beneath the surface in Cuba is a bustling informal market, where Cubans make an additional income on top of their official salary.
These types of shadow economies are apparently really popular across most countries.
Just to survive.
Sobrevivimos gracias a ese mercado oscuro, ese mercado subterráneo. Cuando yo bajo de mi casa y cruzo la calle para comprar el periódico, ya estoy cometiendo el primer delito de receptación. Porque ese señor anciano que está vendiéndome el periódico me lo está vendiendo a sobreprecio. Ya tienen arreglado esto con la persona que trabaja en el estanquillo, que le guarda los periódicos, se los vende.
We tend to associate black markets with dangerous activities. But in Cuba, people sell illegal popsicles or newspapers, not to get rich, but just to survive. But things are slowly changing. Since Fidel's brother Raul took over in 2008, the number of private licenses has increased significantly every year, and 20% of the economy is now private. But still, most Cubans are jaded by the decades they've had to use illegal creativity just to survive.
Nosotros vivimos en un país donde hay un solo partido. ¿Qué puede suceder? ¿Puede haber cambio?
When people have like massive ideological biases like this, it gives me a really big pause on a lot of the video. It'd be interesting to read more about it, but this guy presented some points in a really fucking stupid manner. I need a sponsor for this video. Somebody give me a good meme pic of Yi. Check out these facts on Cuban infant mortality. Centralized planning has disadvantages. Physicians are given health outcome targets to meet or face penalties. This provides incentives to manipulate data. Take Cuba's much-praised infant mortality rate, for example. In most countries, the ratio of the numbers of neonatal deaths and late fetal deaths stay within a certain range of each other, as they have common causes and determinants. One study found that while the ratio of late fetal deaths to early neonatal deaths in countries with available data stood between 1.04 and 3.03, a ratio which is representative of Latin American countries as well, Cuba, with a ratio of 6, was a clear outlier. The skewed ratio is evidence that physicians likely reclassify early neonatal deaths as late fetal deaths thus deflating the infant mortality statistics and propping up life expectancy. Cuban doctors were recategorizing neonatal deaths as late fetal deaths in order for doctors to meet government targets for infant mortality. Oh, well. Coercing or pressuring patients into having abortions artificially improve infant mortality by preventing marginally riskier births from occurring. Help doctors meet their centrally fixed targets. At 72.8 abortions per 100 births, Cuba is one of the highest abortion rates in the world. 72.8 abortions per 100 births. So does that mean for every 100 births, there's 73 abortions? That's insane. Abortion rate, United States. Maybe I'm... What is the abortion rate in the U.S.? The abortion rate, the number of abortions per 1,000 women aged 15 to 44, fell from 16.9 to 13. Abortion rate. This is the number of abortions per 1,000 women. What about abortion? Oh, abortion ratio. The number of abortions per 100 pregnancies ending in abortion. Oh, and the United States is around 20%. Damn, even that sounds really fucking high. Holy shit. But 20% in the US, 73% in Cuba. Holy shit. If we combine the misreporting of late fetal deaths and pressured abortions, life expectancy would drop by between 1.46 and 1.79 years for men. In figure 1 below, we show that with this adjustment alone, instead of being first in the ranking of life expectancy at birth for men in Latin America and the Caribbean, Cuba falls either to the 3rd or 4th place, depending on the range. Damn. Okay. Wolf on the Capitol attack. What was seen in the Capitol building of Washington on January 6th was another manifestation of angry working class people. What? All populists work together. That's class reductionism at work, baby. Okay. Quick before you start. No, I'm already late. Fuck you. We're 5 minutes late. Holy shit. Okay. It's 73 abortions per birth, not per pregnancy. Misleading stats. I don't know what the difference is. What do you mean? $72 equals 172. 72 divided by 172 equals Cuba 41%. Oh, okay. So the difference is 20% versus 41% then? Okay. All right. Let me set this up. I'll be back. Destiny and... I hope I do. Oh, cool. All right. I'll be back.
Could make the most of these words. once I'll play the role of a ghost, and I'll serve while the animals circle alone. The cabin in the moon's glow. Animals wait at the door, safe and sound for now. So wake up to a house you don't know, and faces that want answers you don't. Take the trouble for the good ones. Oh, I'm somewhere in the blank stare, and I'll wait for the moment from years ago.
Fuck, you guys weren't supposed to see this screen. I fucked up. Ignore you ever saw this. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Welcome to the first official episode of Destiny Moderation. We did a pilot show before, so I could kind of get a feel for the format. And I think for the most part, I like the format. I'm changing only a couple things coming forward into this episode. To start us off, the topic, if you can't read, and if... Wait, why are people saying muted? It's not muted. Hold on. You're banned forever in chat. Ken or whatever. Bye. See ya. Okay. So if you obviously can't tell, today's topic is cash reparations for African Americans. So basically the debate is should the U.S. federal government or state governments in some capacity recompense African Americans for whatever reasons will be discussed here, or is this like not something that the government should do for whatever reasons, which will be discussed here. For this topic, I explicitly sought out to black people to talk about it because it feels a little bit weird to have like men debating abortion or white people debating reparations, or, you know, so I thought it would be a little bit more, I don't know if I would say tasteful, that sounds a little bit strange, but like a little bit more appropriate maybe to have two people discussing this topic that are actually like intimately affected by it. Coming into this debate, so I've decided that I will make my positions known to the chat on this, but first we're also going to do polls. I'm just kind of curious. We'll look for before and after movement. I'm putting a poll in all three chats. I'm just curious. Poll is simply asking, are you in favor of cash reparations for African Americans, or are you against cash reparations for African Americans? You can vote here. We'll do one of these before, one of these after. I should have posted this right at the beginning. After the majority of you guys have voted, or I feel like most of the votes have come in, I'll make my position known, and then we are going to... Oh, I should add a not sure option. Ah, fuck. You know what? This is episode 1. We're a little bit informal. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do that. We're going to do that for the... The only problem with undecided... Well, no. Oh, fuck. I should have thought about this more. Because undecided... I feel like everybody will put in undecided because you guys are... Because you guys are, like, indecisive as fuck. And then at the end, you'll all wait. No, you know what? Actually, no, I changed my mind. I will force you to, because if it comes down to voting or supporting a politician, there is no undecided. You either do or you don't. So, no, actually, I'm going to leave it like this. And because for me personally, and as most of the votes have come in, I will reveal that for me personally, I am almost undecided on this. I lean very, very, very slightly in favor of it based on what I've heard so far. But my position on that could be very easily moved in one way or another. Some people in chat are arguing that the polling is too vaguely worded. Define cash reparations. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to write out a 37-page policy proposal on every poll we do. It's just a very simple question, just to gauge your overall feelings of things, okay? You can do it. You can handle it. Be careful. Okay. All right. So that's the poll for that. I'm going to bring in my two master debaters, and then they're going to have an argument, and then at the end, we are going to just revisit the chat, see if the broad feelings have moved at all. Just as an introduction to this and to make sure that we understand what's going on, the way that this show works is basically I bring on two people to have a discussion/argument relating to a certain topic. I'm only here to do moderation. And when I say moderation, what I mean is that if I feel like the two people have exhausted a topic or aren't responding to or hitting each other's points well, I'll just kind of step in and say, I think he's trying to say this, we should respond to that, or we should move on from that. If people scream or shout at each other, I'm not really here to intervene there. I'm just trying to make sure that the argument stays on like a good course and that we're responding to each other's points well. So that being said, I will roll us in to our debate scene. We have at the bottom left our boy Trihex. I don't know if I should say that, but our wonderful friend Trihex here. Okay, Super Smash Brothers player, Mario Maker player, and all around cool dude. And then on the right we have one of our wonderful participants from the Georgia Canvassing Stuff, our politics / philosophy streamer / rage debater on Twitch, Irrelevant. So you two are going to take it away. I think that for this, we'll probably start, I guess, lightly with the affirmative. Trags can state why he thinks it would be important to have cash reparations, and then Irrelevant, you can respond, and then we'll just kind of like follow the conversation like that, and I'll make sure the two of you guys kind of stay on point. Go for it.
Okay. Hey. All right, well, first, I appreciate being introduced as a masturbator. I don't know if that was really the ultimate criteria that I qualify to be introduced as Destiny, but regardless, though, I guess we can move on from there.
Sure, go for it.
So you want to go ahead and start in here with whether or not we support or oppose?
Yeah, so just for Triax, you think that cash reparations ought to be paid to the descendants of slaves in the United States. Why? What's like your first point for that, I guess?
Yeah, sure. So the first point for that is just, I guess we can go over here, just the acknowledgement that we need to do a course correction on all of the historical wrongs and oppression that's been inflicted upon Black people in the United States here for several centuries. Something needs to be done about it here, and the everlasting effects that have been like inflicted and endured by Black people are shown with the grotesque wealth inequality, socioeconomic factors that lead to disadvantages for many Black people all around here. Whether you look at discrimination, criminal justice enforcement, employment opportunities, and just open discrimination. So yeah, there's a lot we can look into to start to acknowledge that being the reality of what it is, and how reparations can be the start of the healing process from that point.
Okay.
I can go further here if you need me to, but I figure I want to like.
I think that's pretty good for me personally to be able to jump off of. I agree with pretty much everything that you said. However, the point of disagreement is probably that I don't think that direct cash reparations actually helps almost any of what you said there, almost at all. I would find that what would probably help significantly more would be investing in Black businesses or investing inside of Black schools, specifically like instead of direct cash in hand, it would be more of infrastructure or the environment around Black people's, like the climate that Black people live in. One of the reasons why I would cite the necessity for a more systemic or environmental all-around fix rather than direct cash reparations would be like citing rich Black people and how they still face systemic discrimination and things like that. So even if we were to, let's say, give Black people each $1 million apiece, it would make their lives substantially better, but it still wouldn't solve a lot of the problems that might cause, for instance, their children or what have you to be able to incur a lot of economic or societal stress.
Actually, it's interesting because I entertained and interpreted the question as, are you for direct cash reparations as a method of delivery or nothing? I wasn't aware we were able to actually, challenge the framing here and entertain community investment, because that's actually what I'm more excited about getting into than the logistics of how you would implement that compared to this direct cash injection. But I would say that ultimately what I actually advocate for, since we already get to entertain dissecting the framing of the question altogether here in this debate, is a hybrid. I think that a hybrid of community investment and direct monetary injection would be the best way to approach that. You're not wrong in that the societal interpretation of Black success and Black wealth can still not solve the problems of prejudice and discrimination and other things like that. But we can elaborate more on some of the structural specifics here. But I would definitely say that I'm not necessarily opposed to monetary injection because for a starting reason, the poverty floor in this country is really, really bad. And if we look at like the average income of like self-described Black individuals, it's significantly worse than the white counterpart. And the fact that that the amount of incarceration that currently happens in prisons with Black people, despite how it's almost 40%, right, based off of well, I think a very, very easily agreed statistic right there. 40% of incarceration in prisons is Black people, yet Black people only make up 12% of the population. So there's a disproportionate amount of bad things or enforcement happening in certain areas here. So we definitely have a lot we need to look into here, and of course, maybe course correcting a lot of things like our cash bail bond system, the criminal justice reform. I'm sorry, and many other things like community investment all come into play here. But if we're going to agree about the severity of how bad it currently is for the most oppressed, one of the most oppressed classifications of citizenship in USA as African Americans, then I'd say time is all the essence here. And I'm not entirely opposed to, in a similar parallel to the pandemic right now, getting that relief as immediately as possible. You know,
Right.
even taking, because for example, I'm sorry, forgive me, let me just do one more thing here. For example, here, if we entertain strictly community investment, and we're talking about like, I don't know, logistical oversight and what could be 1 to 4 years before we see tangible implementation in certain areas, that is one high school student's entire high school curriculum, or they weren't even able to do that. And just having the additional money to be able to kind of like make things happen, I think we can make a pretty big modern what's the word here? Modern application into the parallels of COVID right now. Getting more COVID relief 9 months ago, if it were even for just like a monthly UBI implementation, just to like get the relief we need to people as quickly as possible, because we understood the severity of COVID at that time, but this disruption to the economy and everything else here would have made probably a lot of difference for a lot of people involved, and probably resulted in definitively less death. In the same way here, getting that immediate monetary relief to Black people, if we're admitting here the level of oppression that's currently going on in this country for them, would also lead to definitively less suffering, possibly.
Okay, I don't disagree with anything that you just said for the most part at all. I only have a few questions to be able to springboard off of that. What if, let's entertain an idea wherein which Black people were not ever like slaves or even systemically oppressed? Would you still advocate for, but they had the similar economic conditions to what they have right now? Would you still advocate for similar policy to what you just described for that group of people?
Would I advocate for African Americans to get reparations if they were not in the poverty state they're currently in right now?
Well, technically, it wouldn't necessarily be reparations, but would you still, advocate for similar economic policy to what you're describing if they had not gone through any kind of like systemic racism or anything like that?
So a relevance question is basically, let's say that there was a group of...
If I'm interpreting this correctly here...
Wait, I'm sorry, real quick. What a relevance question is that he's saying is that if there was some minority group in the United States that currently had the same like socioeconomic status as African Americans, would you be giving the exact same prescription for them as you are now for African Americans? Is there a difference? Like, does African Americans' history in the United States of slavery like have any special bearing here? Is essentially the question.
Right. So that's what I'm getting right there with that one. So the thing there is we have to agree here that the oppression African Americans feel in this country does stem ultimately from the byproducts of slavery being enforced. Slavery, 3/5 Human Clause, Electoral College enforcement, paywalls, being able to vote, paywalls to be able to have legal protections that the white folks had comparatively as well, and all the civil rights movements, the suffrage, the discrimination, and the cultural reinforced bigotry, and I would argue the non-normalization of Black success here. I think all of that stems from slavery, and therefore it's that is intrinsic to justifying reparations and the cash relief for Black people. If other minorities are in a similar boat, like on a socioeconomic factor, and they didn't go through that, it contextually requires for me to say, is it directly related to, American policy? Because that's the whole thing. Like, United States had slavery for 80 something years before it was amended.
Let's assume that it wasn't. It wasn't due to directly American policy. That they were just economically destitute for not. I don't know what reason I could give that isn't necessarily economic. Maybe they just, I have no idea what I could possibly give. Perhaps discrimination from other groups online could put them inside of a depressive state. Maybe social pressure or social discrimination, not so much as a result of the government, but more as a result of the populace that fill the government. And they were economically destitute as a result.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I would say, specifically, would I be supporting reparations for a different minority if they were in a similar socioeconomic factor and didn't endure all the things Black people did? Not specifically, but also do know here that I am generally a fan of lifting the poverty floor up and having, again, in my terminology here, I'm in the interest of a better functioning society, which generally would occur if you have a stronger quote unquote middle class, and everyone's able to acquire a sustainable standard of living. So ultimately, if you're interested in things like human equality and less discrimination and lower crime, everyone being happy and being able to afford a universally agreed standard of living and not, again, live in poverty, check to check, and be, essentially having to endure the downfalls of how expensive it is to be poor, I would imagine here you wouldn't be seeing all these socioeconomic factors and statistics continue to definitively oppress Black people, much less other minorities too here. So in short, to recap here, I do support reparations or the cash injections for Black people, because I can easily link that back to being they are where they are right now due to the byproducts that have resulted from slavery and after slavery, civil rights movements, etc. For other groups comparatively, reparations specifically, if they didn't go through like, an American specific reinforcement of oppression, no. But I do support systems that would help them get out of that similar socioeconomic factor. I don't think any individual minority or group should be at the level of poverty we're currently seeing experienced by like the bottom, whatever, half of the country, much less the bottom 10% of the country on an income level.
Okay. Then what kind of special, so let's assume you have a Black person and another minority, this minority that we previously talked about that was not systemically discriminated against. What special advantages or perks would you give the Black person as a result of your reparations argument, or your direct cash more specifically, because that's the point of contention? The direct cash benefits would you give the Black person that you wouldn't give the other minority individual?
So, okay, great question here. How about, can we entertain the idea of like poor rural whites? Would you like that one?
Sure.
Okay. So let's say because I'm not derailing already here. Okay, so if we entertain poor rural whites comparatively out in like wherever like Nowheresville, Kentucky or something like that, right? The difference there where I think we would differ, or where I would differentiate comparatively here, is that ultimately what I truthfully advocate for is a hybrid of direct cash payments and community investment and things that would make society generally better. And I think one of those, like you're bringing up earlier, actually, is going back into investing into the creation of more Black-owned businesses. The reason why I would agree here that direct cash injections don't really solve the problems that we're bringing up right now about racial issues, societal problems, and general oppression is that, like, if you give everyone like are we allowed to curse here? Sorry about in case before I forget. Yeah, if we give everyone like a shitload and a fuckload of money, ultimately, everyone's going to just impulsively spend it on random consumerism trash. And ultimately, it will be money put into the Black hand that eventually gets drowned out from consumerism and goes into all the money of, or all the hands of the white-owned businesses, in a broad overgeneralization, right? So it doesn't really solve the problems that go on with Black people, because sure, they were able to acquire material wealth on a short-term burst, but there's still not really a battle plan, a pathway, if you will, towards how we repair this fragmentation of generational success that we continue to see from on a macro picture of white folks and other races, and how Blacks continue to see the pipeline right to prisons in some cases here. So yeah, I do agree that the reckless, directionless injections just to right the wrongs, hey, you suffered enough, here's your suffering tax, call it a day, shut up here, is directionless and not really effective. But again, to answer your question, I'm sorry, I'm derailing a lot here, or I'm getting long-winded. The difference is with Black people specifically compared to like comparatively poor white people is that I would make it I would think here a program to prioritize the creation of Black business is definitely something to look into here. So you could also offer the monetary injection, but also offer 0% interest business loans to Black people who would be open to creating Black-owned businesses, and ultimately try their best to like kind of create the landscape of like, had there not been all these decades of disadvantages for Black people to be able to get to the equal footing that we've seen in white America.
Just kind of a curious.
I can detail that further if you'd like to, but
kind of curious for this conversation. So I think something else that Irrelevant is getting at. So let's say that Black people in the United States, or more specifically African Americans in the United States, were like occupying the same strata, the same economic areas as white people. Let's say that there was a similar percentage of African American and white people in poverty, in middle class and upper class. Let's say that it was more or less the exact same. If that was the case, would you support reparations for African Americans, or would you be opposed to it at that point?
Ooh, see, the problem there is it's so hard to entertain the hypothetical because like the context of how both classes or both races have been able to manage equal footing despite all the oppression to me seems weird because it's like your scenario also. The other problem I have here, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm not answering a question with another question here, but it's like the problem with that scenario to entertain here is the fact that Black success is not normalized. That's the issue here, or that's like one of the issues here. Like representation certainly matters here. And I could actually bring here up an example if you wouldn't mind. Am I allowed to like I haven't answered your question yet here, but I do have a really good example I'd like to cite that would help reinforce my point about representation and the normalization of Black success in America. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
So for example here, we look at probably one of the more notable examples of reparations being distributed in forms of direct cash payment. We can go back here to the Japanese containment camps during World War II, right? The initial act that happened under Reagan in 1988 for that legislation was done to execute those payments, those $20,000 to those 80,000 something Japanese Americans. That mostly happened because of the insistence of at that time 4 sitting Japanese American House members in Congress who pushed to get that expedited throughout Congress and then forwarded further into the Senate. So like because of the elected officials of like having a diverse pool of people who actually represent Congress here, you're able to see the interest of Japanese Americans expressed by how completely wrong the doings of those like completely racist and war bound hysteria of disrupting your entire life and losing your free will to relocate to a pretty shitty rundown containment camp because of the completely baseless fear that Japanese citizens in California might have been like radioing in on Japanese warships following Pearl Harbor. So yeah, representation certainly matters in that regard, and I just find it really hard to entertain the scenario that Black people would be equal in wealth and opportunity to white people without just exploring the context of how it even occurs.
Yeah, I guess so. The more pointed question is that when some people argue for reparations, the argument isn't necessarily centered on we need to help African American communities catch up, we need to invest in their infrastructure or schooling, or we need to do something to balance out like the representation or economic status between African Americans and white people. The argument sometimes I hear is more just, regardless of all of that, reparations should be paid because morally they are owed to the descendants of slaves, that these were payments that were specifically promised to and owed to people that were just never paid out. So hence the question of like, well, let's say that African Americans were caught up, would that still justify, I guess like the United States government for just kind of like backing off those payments, like, well, you're caught up now, like now you don't deserve the reparations or whatever, like you're doing okay now, I guess it's kind of like what the question was aimed at, or in terms of, I'm curious how you do that, I
can still answer that if you actually want me to.
Yeah,
but I don't want to monopolize the microphone. I don't know if do you have something you want to hop in here first, irrelevant, before I?
No, I just pretty much had a hypothetical that would pretty much address exactly what Destiny was trying to get at. If you understand what he was saying there, go for it.
So, okay, even in this scenario, with that framing now, thank you for the elaboration there. I would still say I am not entirely opposed to reparations being distributed to Black people if they're on equal economic footing as the white class entirely, because the America we now know at this point was built upon an economic model that exploited the labor and time and generations of Black people. Like, so if you like literally we had a war over the Civil War, right? So it's like the founding of how the economy grew in the South is dependent upon slave labor because of the plantations, and it was so intrinsic to their success models that they fought over the shit to defend it continuously. So ultimately, that's like kind of like one of the ugly pillars of the foundation that we now know as modern American economics. Our U.S. dollar is so strong because, 2 centuries ago, the normalized, I own this many slaves. They work for me. They build my shit. They're a part of my capital. They're tradable, sellable, marketable, whatever I need to be here. Like the U.S. ultimately would not be where it is without the slave exploitation and slave labor. So that is still definitively a moral wrong that needs to be addressed in some way or another here. So I would still say, yes, to some degree, yeah, Black people still deserve some kind of a definitive action to show sincere apology and remembrance to never like fall back into this trade ever again here. Now, it could be argued here whether, like, if we're agreeing that that was a wrong that should be righted, should it be all Black people, or should we determine only slave descendants, or something that that's more of like a technical logistic issue. And then you can get into the concerns over the deficit because of how much money it would cost to even do at what worth, which we can all entertain if you'd like to here. But as long as as long as we're agreeing that slavery happened and it's fucked up, and it's like an American imposed wrong, much less say even a moral wrong, that yeah, someone is due to compensate for that wrong that's been done in the past. It's already completely abysmal that said slaves are already dead. They can't even have their lifetimes refunded, or be able to like have like a send off before they perish. They're already dead. Not only are they dead, they're dead. Their descendants are dead, and we're talking about possibly as far back as 7 generations. We're going back to like 1776 here, if assuming that the average person lives 35 years relative to that time period. Yeah, so it's just like, yeah, we have a whole lot of wrong that we're very, very overdue to compensate here. So reparations don't sound too radical to me for being completely objective over how fucked up shit was, even just 100 years ago in 1920s, much less how completely immoral it was back in the 1700s.
Okay. I would then ask a more extreme hypothetical. Let's assume a world where every single Black person was a multimillionaire. Do you think that reparations would still be owed to Black people?
It is so hard. Okay, your scenario of like common Black multimillionaires where slavery happened?
Yeah. I know it's a weird hypothetical, but there's a reason why I'm asking it.
I'm sorry, I can't entertain the framing here because the context of how you arrive at that point is a kind of the whole thing here. It's not about I decline based off the rate, based off your income level. Like, I'm not saying you have to be this poor and this Black to get reparations. I'm saying that a definitive wrong was performed several centuries ago, and debatably less severe wrongs, the denying of voting, the denying of being of legal protection on law equal to your fellow white man, the denying of, I mean, debatably here, interracial marriage was until 1967, if I recall correctly here. The numerous amounts of deaths and massacres that have happened, whether you look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, or there was a small town in Florida back in the 60s as well here, where just like whites came into the Black majority town and just burned everything down to the ground over some bullshit. There's just so many scenarios here of like definitive wrongs that I don't think being wealthy automatically negates the wrong that was done.
Okay, no, that's exactly what you just said is all I was looking for. So if you agree with the idea that the economic or material conditions of, let's say, Black people as a whole isn't necessarily a prerequisite, even if they have exorbitant amounts of wealth, I would just ask, is there anything in all of reality that could be done to be able to make you say that reparations is not owed to Black people? Or is it just that simply by the fact that our ancestors went through, and depending on what we're talking about as well, even our grandparents with like Jim Crow and things like that, and possibly even our parents with some redlining situations, are by by the result of that given action that we are owed reparations intrinsically by nature? Is that what is the argument exactly?
Sorry, just to recap here, you're asking me under what situation would I oppose cash reparations, or are you asking me the minimum requirement?
More specifically, I'm trying to ascertain whether or not you believe that under any circumstance, reparations are owed. It doesn't matter the material conditions or societal conditions of Black people. Reparations will always be owed because of past events.
as long as the action occurred, whether it be pre 14th Amendment, pre 13th Amendment, wait 13th Amendment. Sorry, I might be confusing wrong here. Trying to flex a little too hard right now. Pre 13th or before 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, and onward were all implemented, and slavery was abolished in the United States here. As long as that occurred, that's a definitive wrong on even the basis of American point of view, much less, again, an objective moral one. So as long as that occurred, something needs to be done for that because of the definitive multi-generational damage that comes from the existence of that and the implied social stigma of that. So it doesn't matter how wealthy you are. I don't like this idea that like if you like you can just like outrich your way out of morality and or due punishment. To me, that's just like a load of BS there. So if you're looking for me to like give you the minimum spec that where slavery can occur, but people are well off enough to not deserve having reparations considered here, I'm not sure I can entertain that really. Is that
so just to clarify Irrelevant's position, because I'm trying to understand, because I understand you're asking Trax a bunch of questions to get his position out. Irrelevant, do you think it's possible that a certain group of people could be promised something, but then that group of people could be so successful that in spite of whatever they suffered due to the breaking of that promise, that at some point they would no longer be owed that promise? Do you think that's possible?
Potentially, absolutely, yeah. Because of the priority with which resources must be divided amongst a given entity. So if we entertain the idea of, let's say, a government, not necessarily a perfect parallel with this, but let's entertain the idea of a government that promised $5,000 to each individual that belonged to a group, but that group was a bunch of multimillionaires, and there are people that are starving. I would say fuck it. Listen, there's better ways to allocate those resources. It's unfortunate that might be the case, but there are better ways to allocate those resources, and that's what I would say. If we had non-finite resources, absolutely, give everybody whatever the hell they wanted, but in that's just not the reality we live in. So
two points there. So one, are we doing? So are we now entertaining deficit concerns over?
Oh, we are.
Okay. So like, here's the problem here again, though. If we're going to entertain deficit concerns over how much money we need to allocate and spend for something that was this bad and wronged, something that's inhumane, dehumanizing, etc. People died. People were lynched.
Yep.
By the shitload here.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a concern over a deficit, over the money spent, is trivial because the deficit is only a concern of an economy that was made possible by the direct exploitation of their existence, time, and labor.
I agree.
Like,
okay, so
take away slaves from the equation and pay everyone a fair living wage, as you, the business owner, is going to be compensated as well here on equal treatment in terms. And suddenly, your I don't know, your GDP, your deficit, it's all irrelevant now. It's going to be a whole different model and tracking entirely over multi-centuries of this whole thing being implemented. So I don't know where you can give me that like money is more important than people when people were intrinsic to what the money is worth now.
Okay, so then would you, I mean, I feel like you already knew it's coming. Would you make that argument for us giving back all of the money that we have as an entire government to the Native Americans, who literally the only reason why this entire government is possible is on their land? So we should give back, it doesn't matter about deficit spending, we should just give them all of the money, right?
Well, to a certain degree, possibly. You're saying all the money? Like, clearly it's not practical to implement. So now, here's the problem, right? Whenever you say all the money,
on the practical argument is where I want to
Yeah, because now you're saying all the money, which implies that you've already defined a definitive amount of money that's worth compensation for all the wrongs done for, Trail of Tears and eminent domain and manifest.
It's literally, they stole land. Every single dime that America has is literally, definitively off of the back of Native Americans, period. Every single dime. So the hundreds of trillions of dollars that we benefit from as being Americans, all is owed to the Native Americans. And by your previous argument of not caring about deficit spending, we should give it to them.
Certainly, something to be entertained here. It's so hard because I'm trying to root it down into reality, and it's like we're pivoting from the African American argument into a bigger ordeal now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to use your premises, because one of the reasons why I made the deficit argument is because you have to make a practical argument whenever we talk about any kind of money given to any group of people. And your premises was there is a moral wrong that was committed, and so we shouldn't, I believe there's literally a quote, that you said that the deficit shouldn't matter when we're talking about human lives and the moral issues that came with, those lives. That should apply to Native Americans, and they would be owed essentially everything. So if we want to then make a practical argument, we can then go back to my previous argument about the pragmatic implications of reparations towards black people. But that was the whole point of my argument against.
So to kind of center this on, so a relevance argument is essentially that, like, if we pay reparations to one group of people, how far do we run that back? So in the United States, I know that in the 1800s, the Fort Laramie Treaty was a big one, where there was like some land that was, the Supreme Court ruled on this and said like the United States had explicitly violated this. This is just one of dozens of like Native American treaties that have been violated. And the Supreme Court said, hey, the United States illegally violated this. We stole like Black Hills from the Sioux Nation, and now we're going to pay them like $100 million in terms of reparations for that. But the Sioux Nation refused the money. They're like, well, hold on, we don't actually even want that. That land was never for sale. Like you should give that back. So the question is that if we make the moral argument that African Americans are owed some money for violated promises in the past, I'm specifically referencing like the 40 acres and a meal promise, that if this was something that was violated, should we also run that back, a couple hundred years earlier and say, okay, well, what about like Native Americans or American Indians whose land was stolen from them and then treaties broken by the U.S. government? How do you recompense those people? Yeah, this is a relevant current point.
So there is, okay. There might be a sense of false equivalence going on here if we're like, because I'm not sure the Native Americans were ever enslaved, as opposed to just having like, territory relinquished and then belittled and then told to go elsewhere, right? So there is a conversation to be had here about like how much punishment was done. I get it here. It's not really a pretty thing to say here, like to quantify how bad bads are versus dehumanizing enslavement versus what that was done here. But regardless, though, I don't really have like a great way to hit this one on for you here, other than that, like, I generally would advise here that it's not in the best of interest to sink your own ship in order to tow other ships back to bay that are at risk of sinking here comparatively, if we imagine that in that way. So yeah, obviously don't completely destroy the U.S. as a country and its economy entirely here in order to compensate back those people. You do your best to do something for now, and maybe you can do like a kind of a cash program, a payment program. You can make it a per year thing. You can agree on an amount and kind of go from there and make it a continual, maybe generational compensation here. But now you're like really getting on. We hadn't really talked about the definitives of how much was owed on reparations and the consequences of that. Just more like on the argument of whether or not it was worth considering.
Gotcha. Just to be real quick to clarify from my point of view here, when I think of reparations, more specifically, I'm thinking of after the Civil War. I think Lincoln approved a deal where there was like a 3-point creed where there was a whole bunch of land in Southern California, other parts of the United States, Southern United States, where one of the three like creeds, or one of the 3 points of that creed was that no more than 40 acres, I think, and a mule would be given to African-American families. The communities would be ruled by and policed by African-American communities. There's a third point, I don't remember it. But this was a promise that was like almost immediately rescinded. When Andrew Jackson came into office, he gave all of that land back to the plantation owners and said, no, screw it, you guys don't actually get that at all. But that was initially like a creed that was approved in the United States, would be to award or recompense, I should say, prior slaves after the Civil War with that, essentially with that unique land, and then those communities that they would, Jackson, sorry.
If I can here, I want to go further here. I would argue this is like, yeah, definitely like a lot more in the false equivalent situation here, because the slope you're entertaining right now, Relevant, is one that like, okay, because if we compensate Black people, we must compensate everyone, and because we can't realistically, feasibly do that without collapsing our economy as we know it right now here, which again is an entitlement statement, because it's like it's an economy that was made possible by exploitation of labor and relinquishing of land unfairly and whatever, raping, pillaging, whatever you want to call it, all the bad shit that happened in the last like freaking 200 plus years here. That if we can't solve one of them, we shouldn't solve any of them. It also entertains me a similar one of like how like, okay, if you're opposed to an implementation of universal basic income because quote unquote wealthy people would also get money as well undeservingly, that therefore you shouldn't do it at all. Seems more like a really I don't know what the word here is. Like it's a really fickle thing to say there, because like the overall net effect of the implementation would benefit more than the like consequential negligence of like some of like the outliers in the policy being implemented.
So real quick, hitting this back at irrelevant. So it seems like Trax is saying that there has to be some threshold of reasonability that we can test. So like the hypothetical test for your hypothetical argument would be, it sounds like using your argument, it sounds like the US federal government could like agree to enter a contract with me to pay me $5,000 to do a job. And then after I do the job, the federal government doesn't pay me. And then I go to the federal government and say, hey, you just scammed me. You need to pay me back. And then the federal government says, well, hold on. If I pay you back, well, then I'm going to have to pay all the African Americans back. And then I'm going to have to pay all the American Indians back. So clearly I just can't do anything, is like the counter hypothetical to what you're saying.
Right. So the reason why I brought up the Native Americans specifically is because it fit the premises that so far Trihex had put out there. The reason, and the hypothetical was not meant to be bad faith in such
well, I
a
think
capacity.
so Trihex further qualified his premise, saying that the recompense of African Americans probably wouldn't lead to like the overall destruction of the country. I think it was with the sailboat tugging. I don't remember the exact words used, but wouldn't destroy the country. Like giving American Indians back all of their land would obviously like destroy the country. Yeah.
The only reason why I brought up the Native, well, you wouldn't even necessarily have to give the Native Americans back all the land. You could. The reason why I brought up explicitly the Native Americans is because he made a statement that deficit spending does not matter in relation to human lives. And so you don't have to give the land back. You can just give them hundreds of trillions of dollars. You could, if deficit spending doesn't matter. So the whole point of this is to, of course, come to the conclusion you care about deficit spending. You care about a certain amount of deficit spending. That was the whole point of the hypothetical.
I should have said deficit trolling. Be more particular here, rather than a definitive catch-all about deficit spending doesn't matter at all. Sorry, let me correct that and elaborate and say deficit trolling shouldn't matter. Shouldn't be like, entertained too much here. It does reek a little bit of a similar tactic being used by, I hate to make it like a modern thing here, but by Republicans when it comes to COVID relief for working class Americans right now.
Right.
Now the Republicans are no longer in power. Then it becomes now they're no longer in power. Now it's deficit concerning here. So it's like, it seems a little opportunistic to like use that point to take down the entirety of the wrongness that was done in the first place.
Well, so I wasn't actually trying to do that in any way, shape, or form. The whole point is just to examine that I know you disagree with the idea of giving a group of people hundreds of trillions of dollars. That's why I bring up the hypothetical, so that way you disagree with it, and then we can move forward, right? So moving forward, if we agree there's a certain amount of deficit spending that is...
Real quick, just to interject here, because we're using hundreds of trillions. So when I Googled around on this before the argument, the number that I came out with, that people seem to say a lot, is $6.4 trillion would be about what the total compensation would look like if reparations were paid out and cash was out. It would be $6.4 trillion. Yeah.
For Native Americans?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, for African Americans. I'm just because we were talking about would it cost hundreds of trillions to do
deficit? Why? I'm actually wondering how that number came about.
How do you arrive at that number, actually? I have an idea for a number, by the way, but we haven't gotten to that point yet.
I didn't look to see exactly how they'd come to the number, but I mean, like, there's like
that's the juice, though. That's what we need.
I was gonna say, that's the.
Okay, well, one guy calculated it at like 60 trillion, but he was taking into account like all of the stolen labor as well, and then compounding like interest and everything. But that was for like a 60 trillion number. The 6.4 trillion number, that might just be like promised land that was owed, and then maybe the value of that land today plus inflation or something. But yeah.
Okay, so let's take a second here. Let's entertain that. Okay, hypothetically, if a payout was $60 trillion, what happens to the economy? I didn't entertain a simulation.
I believe it was 6 trillion, not 6D.
That 60 is with a crazy one.
60, yeah. If it's a crazy.
Oh, sorry, 60. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. If hypothetically the payout was $60 trillion, what happens to the U.S. economy? Do we just like completely
I think it'd
collapse?
be over, right? I think we print too much money and it'd be over. I'm pretty confident that's the case. I don't know enough about economics.
That's probably a reasonable guess. 60 trillion.
Yeah.
like
What's our deficit right now at? Is it like
I think it's
22?
I have no idea.
So the current standing U.S. debt, which is like our total outstanding debt, is about 28 trillion. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like that would collapse everything ultimately here. Yeah.
Yep.
So again, that goes back here to the whole like you can't sink your ship trying to save other ships here. So
of course
I'd have to opt for like some kind of like if that were the number I was agreeing to or that we were agreeing to, you'd have to do some kind of like payment plan system and like just agree to like do shit and not completely tank everything as we know it right now here. But also acknowledge here it needs to be a pretty good number because of like this is also in part because of like the delay in righting the wrong in the first place, ultimately. Now if you want to take a second here while we're on this topic about like how much money is too much money or how much money is the appropriate amount of money, I do have a fun little experiment we can entertain here to talk about that. Actually, you know what? I haven't asked you any questions here at all yet. Let me ask you here. So just to recap so far, you are opposed to all forms of direct monetary compensation? Like there's no scenario where you entertain money going to people directly? Only community investment?
No, direct cash in hand can be very useful in multiple different ways. However, I oppose it in the form of reparations because primarily, when I talk about reparations, it's primarily in a capacity that I care about the current circumstances that exist and surround a group of people. And so I'm mainly in the capacity of wanting reparations to solve the problems that currently exist. And so direct cash doesn't seem to solve a lot of the problems that African Americans have, as rich African Americans have problems very similar to poor African Americans in a lot of ways. And so I think it helps alleviate it to a degree, of course, but I think the resources can be better spent and better allocated if they go to schools or investing in black businesses or black infrastructure, or more specifically, infrastructure in black areas. I think that these are going to be far, far better long term and even potentially short term than cash in hand.
Okay.
Wait, can I ask a question for both of you to explore related to that statement? So, Irrelevant is saying that direct cash wouldn't necessarily solve the lion's share of the problems that African American community faces today in the United States. Whether or not it does or doesn't solve those problems, should that matter?
To both of us, I think it does. I think it should. Yeah. Matter.
It shouldn't matter, but I'm more fixated on the consequence that without any kind of direction to point the stimulant of money towards black people to go, it would just ultimately end up being a indirect transfer of wealth, furthermore so to white people, which then wouldn't solve anything. That's the issue with it. If there's a way to like right wrongs without it just being an indirect injection of wealth to white-owned businesses en masse, then I would be less opposed to that situation. That's kind of the issue I have.
Wait, can you restate what you just said a little bit for me? I kind of lost you.
The giving crap ton of cash to black people in the form of reparations without any direction to incentivize them on how they spend it would probably result in a lot of black people who lack financial literacy, to make that a very broad term to say here, would result in them just spending a fuck ton of money on random consumerism shit. And that would probably end up ultimately being a lot of product bought from generally white-owned businesses, which in exchange of suffering and all this for material wealth, as opposed to any like structural pathway to better generations of black people to come, to hopefully try our best to ultimately undo all the fucking of black people over the last 2 centuries. We're doing our best here. We can't undo history, and we can't undo all the damage done. All we can do now is try to compensate for that, and I guess try our best to simulate what modern America would look like if slavery hadn't been endured by African Americans for so long. So ultimately, the directionless spending by black people, without any kind of incentive to how to spend the money, would probably result in them buying a bunch of shit from white people ultimately, which ultimately result in like indirect wealth transfer to white people. Which that is my issue with it more so than anything else.
Just because this is a pretty important point, I'm just because it's a big one that Irrelevant brought up. So in asking that, should it matter whether or not the money would help or anything? In looking at like another scenario, like let's say somebody owes you money and you did a job or your parents did a job and somebody owes you money. And let's say that your living situation sucks and now you're trying to collect on that debt. Is it fair that the person says, well, hold on, even if I give you this money, I don't think it's going to help much. Is that argument sufficient to negate the fact that it's a debt that's owed to you or your family? It's kind of like the central point of this.
So it's kind of like if my friend owes me $1, but I'm already like a multi-billionaire, like,
or more so, like let's just say, well, I guess we don't even have to use we won't use hypothetical actually here. Let's say that we give let's say hypothetically we pass reparations for African Americans, and the reparations is $1,000 to every African American. Let's say that every single African American goes and buys a big screen TV, and that's what they do with the money. Is that even if that was the case, would that be an argument against paying what we believe is morally owed? Or if they want to spend it on whatever, do they have the right to do that? Is the question.
So it would entirely depend, I guess. So from my perspective, it would absolutely matter, because I only really care about a lot of these things to the capacity that I want to help the community essentially tread water or even thrive. So if it became aware to me, because I actually agree with Trihex, if it became aware to me that the situation that Trihex is proposing was the case, I would simply change, instead of direct cash payments, I would take the same amount of money as the direct cash payment and just put it into a separate system that helps them more efficiently allocate those funds to help their lives. So if every single black person was going to spend $1,000 on a big screen TV and not help their economic situation at all, I would perhaps start looking into, hey, every black person gets $1,000 that, I don't know, goes in their 401k or something like that, or helps to pay off credit card debt or something like that. I think that would probably be more efficient to be able to help those individuals be able to pursue further. I will die on the hill of that. That is in effect quite literally taking away their autonomy to spend their own literal contractually obligated cash. So yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Were you finished?
No, yeah, I was finished.
So I guess I agree with that, because your hypothetical you're entertaining here, Destiny, requires me to accept here that righting the wrong can be done purely and just, there's a definitive monetary amount that you can quantify for a wrong done without consent. Hey, I'm gonna run into you with my car, and after I'm gonna give you 50 grand, and get over it, without consent. I'm gonna run into you right now, fuck you, you're not gonna know, and I'm gonna hit you, and then I pay you money after here.
Sure.
Ultimately,
we do that today, don't we? Right.
Right.
Well, you can sue somebody. For instance, somebody could theoretically just run you over, you lose a leg, and then you take them to court, and you get paid a cash payout for that. It doesn't get the leg back, of course, but I mean, it's some form of cash compensation, right?
I suppose here, but it's not it shouldn't be that way. That's more of a consequence X reaction scenario to be played out right there comparatively. But more so that you have to think here, okay, if we're agreeing that reparations are due for an action that was done in the past, what are we attempting to do here? The monetary compensation to me is just your easiest avenue to explore for how to right that wrong, or to the best of our ability in this case here, undo the wrong. We're trying to undo the wrong. We can't undo the wrong, so the best thing we can do at this point is consider elevating their quality of life and or the structure of their of all the oppression that they currently feel and endure. So it goes back here to the whole bettering society here. Do I agree here to give them complete free agency to spend their money on trivial consumer shit, which is just a temporary high, as opposed to reconsidering the pursuit of a better society that is doing its best to simulate if slavery hadn't existed or hadn't been performed upon by black people for so freaking long.
Wait, so I'm kind of curious then for both of you, as succinctly as you can answer, what would be the goal of reparations if they did exist? Trax just kind of answered that. Irrelevant. What would your answer be to that? What should the goal of reparations be?
If reparations was to be passed, I think that the goal of it should be to substantially improve the material as well as societal and hopefully mental well-being of a lot of black people that were disenfranchised and are actively being disenfranchised by systemic racism. I think that should really be the goal of reparations. I don't really see any other legitimate reason why, or any other legitimate goal for reparations, in my opinion.
Okay, and then so Trax, what do you think if reparations were to be paid out? What should the goal of reparations be? Like, what is the goal? What are you trying to accomplish with that?
I can think of here probably maybe like 3 things that come to mind definitively. Reparations come ultimately to simulate to the best of our capability to undo the wrong that was done, in particular in context of slavery here, right? Or which is the one thing that like stampedes and snowballs into everything else here, segregation, civil rights being granted officially, eventually to the best of its capability, and all the like subconscious discriminatory policies that have affected us to this day, including gerrymandering, redlining, and all the things that are done to underpower Black democracy in this country, which is intrinsically an American pursuit, if I recall correctly here. So, in the interest of undoing the past in a simulation here, 1, 2, interest of bettering society, a better functioning society. Again, the whole thing about like if we were to do things like this here, it will result in like lower crime and less of the negative statistics that we are all very familiar with that are currently inflicted upon Black people. It is also I'm sorry, forgive me if I'm going a little long-winded here. Also, writing the like the morally abhorrent past of the country. It's something we still haven't really addressed here yet. Like it's almost like entertaining a slippery slope here. If we can agree that we formally have apologized for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, if we formally have apologized for Japanese containment camps, if we formally have apologized for I don't know, Trail of Tears or whatever here, then is a formal apology for slavery only enough? Should it be reinforced with action? Can you just throw in a little apology and a holiday and call it a day when it's been such a definitively destructive force in our society? And it's so much so that in certain cases, racism is baked and ingrained into intrinsically what is American culture. So yeah, definitely admitting that is part of the healing process. We need to heal. So to recap so far here on that, a better functioning society, simulating the undoing of slavery to the best of our capability here, accelerating the healing of the damage that's been done by all these negative things here. Radical one here, representing, helping the pro-representation and normalization of Black success. That is more of like a minor cultural one, but that's definitely a problem here. Again, whenever there's Black success, especially on a youth front, it's usually, it could be implied that it was done through exploitative means of like illegal activity, drug activity, drug dealing or whatever. And again, it might be people who are circumstances of their environment or whatever may be here. But the point is, there's a normalization of white wealth and power and material worth, and not such for Black people. So, even then, representation does matter. We go back here to allude here to whenever those 4 Japanese American Congress members were the ones who led the charge to get those Japanese containment reparations executed back in 1988. We would representation has definitively mattered. So definitely normalizing Black success can be a thing here. Well, certainly. Right now we have a lot of outliers of like Black celebrities, Oprah, whoever else here that show Black success is possible. But it most certainly is not normal on a statistically observable, macro level thing here. And then finally, the other thing here about that is also to compensate for discriminatory anti-democracy measures that have been intrinsic in American politics, like the Electoral College, which can be interpreted also as like being overwhelmingly implemented for helping landowners have a disproportional power of voting. But obviously, it could also be interpreted to be undermining those who don't own land, which would have included overwhelmingly Black people. So we need to right those wrongs. And I would say reparations are meant to, for me, for African Americans specifically here, to accomplish those 5 things I said, whatever it was.
So, I mean, I think just about everything that you said is agreeable. Just about literally everything. The only thing that I can think of that I might have a point of contention on is the framing of undoing the wrongs of the past. The only issue that I really have with that is that I fear that if reparations become a thing, especially in the near future, what might end up happening is something similar to what happened, like a microcosm of what happened with Obama, where there's a bunch of people that might think that, well, you know how there was people that, excuse me, thought that when Obama was elected, like racism is over. Like we did it. We have a black president. I fear that if we frame it as undoing the wrongs of the past, people might consider cash reparations as being, hey, why are you complaining about racism? That's what we paid you for, right? Like you can't do, what are you talking about? This is what we paid you for. So I wouldn't really consider reparations as undoing the past, but more of what you said a little bit later, which is an apology for the past, right? It's an apology, but not an undoing.
I'm sorry, may I ask a question here?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I had like an alert go off that I thought I had my alerts muted here. I didn't hear anything before Obama. You said the word Obama. Like I was trying to mute it. I didn't even have the goddamn program open. So can you?
I got
so basically, so the summary was just basically that like if we do like a payment of reparations, assuming that this is like kind of like trying to make good for what's happened in the past, are people going to think like, oh, cool, well we paid out reparations, so now we're in a post-racial world. Like we don't owe black people anything. Like we paid reparations, we're done. It's essentially the irrelevance.
Yeah, I could see that actually, and I do actually. That is a very valid point to bring up, and it's one that honestly I don't think I really have the answer to, but it's one that I have acknowledged here. Would you like to segue into an entertaining hypothetical of how much money should be compensated to black people if we were to do reparations?
Sure.
Okay, we can do this real quick, just as a heads up. So we're about like maybe 5 to 10 minutes away from closing this segment, and then I'm gonna bully you guys with questions. So go for it. I'm not gonna like cut you off or whatever. Just giving you like a heads up. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so I expected. So initially in this conversation, I thought you were going to be completely opposed to cash reparations and stuff like that here. So I figured I was going to have to entertain eventually here the actuality and practicality of what compensating people would be like. So I'm using a conservative model here of again probably my most noteworthy example, the Japanese Americans being contained in World War II in those camps. So ultimately, if you didn't know here, just to give a quick narration here. That was from 1942 to 1946 for 4 years, and the monetary compensation was distributed in 1988. So that was done, 42 years later, and it was done for $20,000 back in 1988. $20,000 in 1988 would equate to in 2019 inflation to double that, about 40 grand. So we were looking at for 4 years of containment against your consent was $40,000, about $10,000 a year. Now, of course, here I'm looking at that, and I'm putting into play here a template for what you can look at for how
I'm
you
assuming
could
that.
compensate.
Excuse me. I'm assuming that's per person.
I'm sorry, yeah, per person. This is per individual.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. I was gonna say,
Sorry.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Continue.
$40,000 in 2019 money per individual. And just again for another factor to recap on that here, the 82,200 Japanese Americans were compensated in 1988 for reparations for that camp. Cool. So the thing about that is, though, again, is that I look at that template and as again, this is assuming here we're going to equate here Japanese containment camps without consent as and a relinquish of all your property. Because keep in mind here too, by the way, that the Japanese Americans, when they were told you were given like a week's notice that you're gonna go over here, you had to sell all your shit because you can only bring with you what you could carry in. So some people had to sell their house, sell their land, sell their car, and had to sell this at a very completely horseshit rate because they had to get rid of it like at that point, or agree or tell some minimally racist American next door to watch their shit while they're gone for who knows how fucking long because they didn't know either actually. Terrible situation to be in here, obviously, but can be reminiscent of like some of the injustices that are done as well by slavery. Well, anyways, though, they were compensated $40,000 in 1988. So my template here is X amount of dollars to compensate per year of wrongdoing or method of oppression. And this, you can say slavery, you can say voting rights denial, you can say protection from human rights protections by law. Again, we have various things here: 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, Civil Rights Act of 1957, Civil Rights Act of 1963. And there's a whole lot here we look at, right? Of wrongs that were done on an individual basis here. Not all are the same level of wrong, clearly, because I wouldn't equate slavery to Japanese to the camp situation here. But regardless, though, X amount of dollars compensated per year the wrongdoing was done, plus a penalty for the delayed correction. So the longer you take to like, correct the wrong, the more ingrained in society, the wrong that was done is done. This is also why, again, the problem, intrinsically, the problem here of like the lack of normalization of Black success comes from the result of the normalization of Blacks in poverty, which is now intrinsically an American trait. Blacks are just, I don't know, man. This is why you see the arguments now. Black people are like, well, I don't know why the crime is so high there. I don't know why Chicago's so fucking crazy. Maybe just they got some kind of warrior gene or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know why. I don't know why they act like that. The fact that that's even a debate in American society right now, and you know it fucking is it shows you the result of just like decades, if not easily centuries, of a lack of the appropriate measures done to undo all the fucking that has been executed already so far here. So X amount of money per year per wrongdoing, a penalty on the delay of the correction, a penalty of additional money to compensate here. And then finally, this is the big one, overcompensation of additional money here to address the inevitable cultural clash and backlash of non-normalized Black success. Ultimately here, money can't solve problems, and whenever you give a fuckload of money to Black people for all the wrongdoings that were done, admittedly here, in this hypothetical, there's going to be a backlash over every other race that isn't getting their special treatment of blah, 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 blah. And ultimately, I think part of that reaction that will come culturally will be a result because of the lack of normalization of Black success that would possibly be around here if there wasn't all these like super bigoted, arbitrary boundaries that were holding back Black people for centuries here. There would be a normalization of more Black CEOs, of Black wealth, and exceptional acceptance that they can't succeed here and whatnot. We wouldn't have to go back here and have to read all this bigoted garbage about how the Negro is a horny gorilla wanting the white woman back from the first senator of Georgia back in 1922. Go back 100 years and things that bigoted were completely normalized for an elected official in office in the USA. So yeah, there's definitely a lot that needs to be done here, and I'm not sure if extra compensation of money will help do that. But I'm looking at that more as like that was more entertaining, the idea that I was banned from implementing community investment, because I thought the question in this whole debate was going to be about only allowing direct compensation of money here. But yeah, so just to recap here on that whole thing again here, it is we offer a certain amount of money per year of the wrongdoing done, plus a penalty for the delay of the correction executed, plus overcompensation bonus to help curb out the culture of non-normalized Black success here. So if we were to do all that, and we use the template of the Japanese containment camps as an example here, you would get $1,000 per year of each infliction that has been wronged, assuming here that slavery and voting oppression and other things like that can be definitively listed against Black people as oppression are all equally bad. This is it, just for the sake of the math being simple here, right? They're all equally bad. So slavery, voting oppression, human rights. You call us right there, $3,000 per year of it happening here. And if you look at that and you add in a penalty of delayed correction, I'm using the Japanese containment camp as an example here, that would mean that you get a 25% penalty on the initial wrongdoing each year that you don't correct it. That's how you get from the $1,000 per year into a $40,000 figure by 1988. Is you just do like a static 25% of the original balance due for the wrongdoings done initially. And then finally, you overcompensate here. I don't know what you can quantify that as here, but you can quickly see here that if we include Black people or any proven definitive descendants of slaves here, we're going to quickly get into a number that's going to be pretty fucking wild.
Yeah,
because we are talking about ultimately here 1770. Even if we just only include slavery alone here, right? Just include only one. We're talking about 1776 to 1865, which is about 88 years or something like that. We'll just call it 90 to make it simple here. If we look at 90 years at of $1,000 each, 90 grand, plus the delayed correction here. So it's really more like it's 90 grand times an additional quarter added here, approximately. Yeah, you're looking at a pretty fat number there. Probably something along the lines of like approximately $115,000, and then whatever you overcompensate to help curb and normalize Black success and Black wealth. So let's just call that 130 grand to make it an easy number. So yeah, that would be, and you take that times a population of 43 million Black people. I don't know if you want to include like newborns or not. You want to call them over 18 or whatever it may be here. I don't know how you want to handle that whole thing, but So whatever that number is right there. So 130,000 times 43 million equals I don't know what, but that is like a sample figure to show here what could be, in my opinion, still undercompensating for the wrongs that were definitely done. But that is an idea of where you can start for an operating budget.
Yeah, so something that I guess I also kind of wanted to make pretty clear as well when it comes to the number, because yeah, that's what I was running through that same argument in my head as well. It's like, if you really do this accurately, it's going to be a really, really high number, and that high number, relative, well, at least relative to what I think a lot of people would consider maybe it should be. I think it's a high number. I think that there's going to be a lot of people, especially that are going to really fall into the effect that I was previously mentioning as the number increases, which is that, they're going to think that, racism is done. The more that people are going to pay, let's assume that the number was like crazy and they paid it like $50 trillion, right? And they paid $50 trillion. They would, I'm pretty sure every single person in the United States would say, okay, I want to never hear about racism ever again, right? And then so I think that it's just kind of a microcosm of that. I think no matter how high you go, or depending on how high you go with the number, there's going to be more and more people that we're going to have to fight the narrative of if we're going to make this a thing. We're going to have to fight the narrative of them trying to push the idea that racism is finished because that's what we paid $6 trillion, $7 trillion for, right? As racism is now over. So I just really, I agree with the idea that the number should be that high. I just fear for political implementation and political cohesion when it comes to tackling systemic racism after that point, after reparations has been paid.
Very fair. What I will say there about that is this is also why, if I can be completely transparent here, I've always hated the framing of the question that was asked in this entire debate about, like, do I support direct monetary compensation for reparations? The answer to that for me definitively is no. I think it should be a hybrid at most and include a lot more of, again, the community investment and the programs that are going to help reinforce Black-owned businesses and just bring back all the a lot more collateral and power to Black people that has been relinquished for over the last 2 centuries plus. I'm completely with you there. But also your concern here about this culture concern about this will be perceived as solving racism is one that can be tackled ultimately in part of, again, more of those community investments that I would also include here, part of it being education reform. Ultimately, what I'm getting at here is about that is, like, we have to agree here. We need to abolish whitewashed American history that is currently taught. It's completely abysmal and completely dishonest here, obviously. And you need to normalize the idea that white privilege is real, because you have things like African American history being only taught as a higher education elective. Whenever it's like definitively the thing that has reshaped the entirety of American society. We're drunk off of American exceptionalism and how great America is, but no one's actually understanding the definitive history of how much rape, violence, and dehumanizing trash we as America, as a country, have inflicted on people ultimately. So yeah, we need to definitely normalize African American history. There's no way you can't overemphasize, you can't overstate here the importance of slavery. The fact that you even hear people to this day downplay the Civil War as it was for states' rights is complete bullshit, because clearly the states' rights were over their rights to be able to maintain their economic models that were all based around and revolved around slavery. Yep. So yeah, it's really fucking important, and it cannot be overstated, in my opinion. So yeah, that's to me, it's part of an education outreach thing, and we can definitely detail more programs like that would do things that would accomplish this, that would ultimately fight the attitude you bring up now here about racism ever actually being solved. That is just an ignorance thing, and we can definitely tackle that with reform that could be part of X reparations master bill law that we would legislate.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, I think we've hashed this out pretty well. So on something I needed to do a little bit more clear, or what's up?
Well, actually, I mean, I do, man, I maybe over prepared for this whole shit here. I actually have there is one more thing I didn't cover here on my simulation of of payments to Black people. That if you want to hear my last tangent of elaboration on this, or should we just go to questions? Okay, so of course, here I was going to detail at some point in this conversation here about community investment. Obviously, because I was entertaining the hypothetical here that this question that I have to get posed here is are we doing direct cash payments or nothing at all? Was the framing I interpreted it as. So obviously, if I'm obviously very supportive of community investments in communities, and with that, sorry, excuse me, dance game. With that, community investments for me would come also in the form of not only the hybrid, right? You would get direct monetary compensation. And I would argue, yeah, clearly we can't do the direct template of like whatever, right? The $6 trillion, which is not even the right number anyway. I was like literally making slavery like a one-time thing. Stupid. Whatever number would be, right? Obviously, we need to make it a little more realistic here. But yeah, people get money so they can actually have we can lift up that poverty floor. Because right now we have a really, really high income, like a very high like wealth ceiling and a very low poverty floor. It's a very wide thing. We want to kind of like bring together that way everyone has like a more consistent standard of living. No one's like really, really in poverty and shit like that. So with that in mind here, what I'm looking at here is that how I would use the direct cash payment proposal to do the thing of bettering a better functioning society here that would result in more Black-owned business that would help normalize Black wealth. I would advocate for there to be 0% interest loans that would initiate Black people to be able to start up or sustain their Black-owned businesses. I think that's a really good thing to look into there. And ultimately, whether you want to if you want to qualify via having a certain amount of Black percentage within you on a DNA blood test, or if you want to say that anyone in areas that all definitively suffer from Black criteria, or definitively like Black statistic-based criteria, like low income, high adoption of social safety net programs, poor performing schools, low budget schools that are like victim to high amounts of Black population, low state tax revenues to be able to make their schools better, high crime, whatever criteria you want to use is definitively a Black oppression-based statistic. Anyone in those permanent residing areas, or people who are like in the suburbs and minorities who are out in like gentrification areas, can opt for some criteria of determining their Blackness in one way or another. I'm not sure how you would do it obviously here, but they can all then go for these 0% business loans to help hyper accelerate Black engagement in our economy, and that can be done by local officials. We can build a certain committee to oversight these things being done on a per community, per city, per local division basis. And ultimately, of course, here the problem is that you're giving Black people who probably lack a definitive amount of financial literacy the power to just do these like really risky, stupid fucking loans. I would opt here that such a thing would be in addition to a standard reparations amount that would be, again, it'll get them out of their poverty status and into more of a stabilized condition in the first place here. Call it $10,000 flat, call it whatever you want, honestly. But you would also, if you wanted access to these kinds of loans, you'd have to take a definitive financial literacy course, or opt to just, get paid to attend higher education to get all the more qualified to then pursue pitching your business ventures for these 0% interest business loans. So either way, you're giving people the incentive to like pursue higher education and do better for themselves, which will be paving the better way for generations of Black people to be able to like not be in the situations of a really low end of society where they're more victimized to the lure of crime or bad things like that. And you also give them incentive here to become more financially literate anyway, something they would probably acquire if they ever had the opportunity to have money. Again, all you ever get whenever you have no resource is the burden of how expensive it is to be poor in the first place here. So, yeah, that's my proposal there. We do similar to what you were saying here earlier in your opening statement. Relevant is that we definitely are pro Black-owned businesses, and we're pro Black business, and we're pro in my words here, pro normalizing Black success.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't really think specifically about that point when this debate was being brought up, the normalizing Black success. But I was really, I really think it was an apt choice that you or point that you brought up, especially when in regards to reparations, because I think the framing around it would definitely shift dramatically if we normalized black success more than we do, because it would be seen as reparations, I feel like, would be seen more as an investment in the black community if black success was more palatable to more people, rather than a cash dump into poor people, which it feels like it's being framed as amongst many opposition and even average people. It's more of like okay, here it's like a welfare type, here you go. Whereas I think if we had normalized black success, it absolutely would have been seen more of what it is, which is an investment in black people to literally achieve what they should have achieved had these systems not been in place. So
yeah, and that's the situation there too, though. Is so now we're going into the practicality of the application and the reception of it and the consequences of the culture that will come from if it were ever to be implemented. And man, there's a lot of interesting tidbits to dive into there, because the thing is, right now, if we base it in actual reality here, there was a proposition in the state of California to have a grant done to fund a study looking into the effective ways to consider reparations at all here. There was
wasn't there a federal one, HR 40 or something like that, that was done, that was it's favorable, I believe, amongst most people to investigate the lengths at which reparations. It was literally a formal study on reparations. I think it's HR 40, something like that.
Did it go anywhere?
No, it's favorable amongst. They were talking about it on the debate stage. There seems to be a political drive to at least to want to investigate how it would work. So yeah, there's definitely political motive to look into it, at least.
I want to dump this thing here in chat. What chat are we in right now? We're not
I don't think this room technically has a chat, so.
I'm just gonna DM you Destiny here. I'm just gonna throw it in throw it at you, and you can I don't know. This is particularly what I'm referring to. I don't know where to throw it at though, so I'm just gonna throw this here and there and everywhere.
Sure, an LA Times article: a California task force will consider paying reparations for slavery.
Oh, that's actual consideration to pay, not just investigate?
Yeah, this is a state initiative though, not a federal one.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing about this too is that there's we've already seen direct cash. I didn't even bring this up actually here, but when I was looking into this whole thing here, there's already examples of direct cash. Not saying that because it's been done in the past, it's automatically worth doing here, which is more of a historical significance that the city of Chicago had already in 2015 actually compensated $5.5 million to 100 people, majority of which were black males, mostly black males and black females here, where they were tortured and harassed by a particular sheriff of that town back in the late 70s and early 80s. They were able to track down that this one particular sheriff was so corrupt and bigoted and or addicted to belittling black people that he would continue. He had a quote unquote midnight squad, midnight crew that would go around at midnight and just take people and beat the shit out of them, and in some cases suffocate them until they passed out, hoping to extract information from them about what the Negro is doing, in some kind of spooky activity or whatever here. They were ultimately able to compensate them all in a total of 5.5 million. I forget the amount though. It was 5.5 million across about 100 people. And also offer the relatives and descendants and family lineage of them complimentary higher education relative to the city of Chicago and other services like that. So we're not foreign to direct compensation on a local level. So if the state of California wants to look into this further here, that would we've already seen this happen for Chicago definitively. And I would argue that happened in Chicago because of, again, representation mattering here and having a local body of a lot of black people understand the significance of the wrongs that were done in the past.
Okay. I think we're kind of circling on think you are both pretty much in agreement over what should be done. It seems like a fair summary of both of your points is that some form of compensation should be given to African American communities, not necessarily in the form of cash reparations, but in something that can like demonstrably improve the living conditions of the majority of African Americans that are being recompensated, right? Or compensated.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess that wraps that up, and then we have an agreement there. So I should have been more careful in my original posing of this question. So typically when
I sent you the link, by the way, to the Chicago one if you want that.
Gotcha. So usually so I guess the thing that I really wanted to tease out in these arguments is like, should reparations be treated as like a form of like federal stimulus to African American communities, or should it be treated as like the repayment of a debt? Is kind of like
100% stimulus. In my
yeah,
opinion.
and then it seems like both of you guys kind of fall more on the side of like it should be treated more as like a stimulus kind of thing. But yeah, okay. Fuck, I should have been more clear in that. I guess I kind of want to throw a few. I just want to throw a few arguments out because I guess I'm curious how either of you would address these. So revisiting back the idea that a promise was made, there was like a specific promise made to black like slave labor, to black people that were slaves in compensation for their labor. There was a specific promise that was made regarding like land and territory and whatnot that would be given to African Americans, to slaves and the descendants of said slaves. And then that promise, the U.S. government basically walked back on. I feel like there's an argument that whether the money stimulates the economy, whether people spend it appropriately, whether it helps anybody at all or anything at all, that money ought to be paid just on virtue of the fact that it was promised to be paid. Let's say that in any other circumstance, let's say that you find out that like 100 years ago, there was some contract where your family was promised some money because somebody was never paid their wages for a lifetime's worth of work. And you found this out and you were able to enforce this contract. Like if somebody was like, oh, well, you don't need the money now. Like, does that make it okay to not pay out what was owed there?
I wouldn't necessarily say that makes it okay. So in my given example as being, I would say perhaps slightly more antagonistic than Trihex towards direct cash payments, the difference I would make is that it's not necessarily that you wouldn't pay the person back, but that you might pay them back in a specifically different way.
Yeah, but so just pushing back again, the paying somebody back in a specific way seems to be like a very patronizing and condescending way to do it.
Yeah.
Let's say that somebody, let's say that somebody works for me for 5 years and I never pay that person for their labor. And then at the end of it, they're like, yo, you enslaved me. I want to be paid. This is bullshit. And you're like, okay, well, I'm going to give you a $10,000 gift card to Target for clothes. I'm going to give you a $5,000 gift card to Kroger's for groceries. And then I'm going to give you a $20,000 investment fund for your education. Like, that person would probably be feeling pretty fucked because it's like, listen, I don't want you to tell me how to spend my money. Like, you owe me this money. I'm working for money, not for you to tell me where I have to spend it. Why should you be allowed to dictate how a person that you owe like cash to, or in this case land, or the cash equivalent to land, why should you be allowed to dictate how they spend their money?
I would say in this scenario, it would be kind of different in the case that we have in the United States with black people, because we've uniquely fucked over black people in their capacity to be able to have the level of financial literacy that we would want them to have to be able to make the decisions that we would want them to make in the appropriate manner to be able to lift themselves up from their financial strata, as well as I would like to make the argument, especially if we talk about the numbers similar to what Trihex and you proposed with the 6 trillion, more specifically, you cited with the 6 trillion. I mean, I think we can all agree the amount of marketing majors are foaming at the mouth to begin targeted ads towards black communities and things like this. So it's not even just like a normal level of consumerism or marketing towards these groups of people. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars.
I understand that consequentially speaking, like that targeting could happen. But when we say like uniquely fucked, like I think there's some stuff that's like not necessarily that unique here when it comes to like a concept like intergenerational wealth. Like it seems really silly to think man, you know, like, are you really going to get $300,000 because your great great grandpa was a slave? Like, that seems really fucked up. But the reality is that that type of wealth transfer happens in white families all the time, right? You know, my great grandpa, you know, my great great grandpa, you know, was in oil or something, and you know, my family has millions of dollars, and now I get this, blah blah. Like, we see that type of intergenerational wealth transfer happen all the time. It just doesn't happen in the form of like, here's a cash payment. It's a lot more subtle than that. You live in good houses, you go to good schools, you've got good connections, you inherit some money because you get it when your parents die. They buy things for you, right? So I guess it feels a little bit bad to me that when it comes time to when it comes time to pay somebody back, I guess, for a promise that was made and then never delivered on, or just for past wages, you're like, now all of a sudden we're worried about all this. Well, hold on, wait, hold on. We give them all their money. What if people target them poorly and blah, blah, blah? And it's like, well, what if they do? I mean, it's their money. It's not really our decision necessarily to say like, well, if you get this money, you better make sure that you invest it well. Like, it just feels unfair to do that to African Americans whose families have been like destroyed for years, and more importantly, forget the destruction part, who just like had labor stolen from them, like literally stolen from them, to not repay them because we're worried that they're not going to spend the money in the most responsible way possible, I guess.
Right. So I feel like an apt analogy would be like if a white person, let's say, is having an inheritance, right, towards their child, should the child not have a financial literacy test or what have you? Or am I just going to run with the assumption that they know how to spend their money, whereas like I'm not running with said assumption when it comes to black people, just based on entirely upon the color of their skin? Which, yes, I would ultimately have to agree with the idea that because of the systemic things, so specifically what you're trying to get at is it is owed to them. They have the right to indiscriminately spend that funds however they so please. And I don't necessarily disagree that would be just and great, but I think that ultimately speaking, practically is I would make an argument of practicality more so than morally when it comes down to this. I would want to secure black wealth more than I'd want to secure the morality or the shaking of hands.
The exercising of absolute agency in the money they spend?
Yeah. I think I would be willing to subvert a level of autonomy in order to ensure that black people have their wealth secured.
Yeah, I agree with that. Triax brought up a really good point earlier, though, that kind of made me reconsider this point, in that, like, let's say that you have a building that has like one room in it, and let's say we want to expand this building, and let's say that if we were to expand it normally, where we all work together and, you know, do all that, we could go from 1 room to 20 rooms. Or let's say that we could enslave half the population and we could go from 1 room to like 500 rooms. We can make it way bigger. It seems like the argument that you're kind of making now is that, like, well, we did so much in this country on the back of slave labor, and so many white people got so rich. Like, hold on, like, I don't think it's realistic to like pay them back because like we grew so much off of them. Like, slave labor was so good for so much of the country that, like, I don't know if it really makes sense to pay them back now because it was so profitable. And it feels like in that way you're like getting triply fucked, because it's like, fuck, like, enslaving my ancestors was so profitable to you that now you can't even like consider paying me back for, you know, like all the wages that were stolen from my family. Now I feel like triply fucked here, you know?
Yeah, it's completely the situation. I mean, it's a similar situation with the Native American example, right? Not necessarily a perfect parallel, as both groups of people have different histories, but like, it's just that, guess what? We just can't pay back the Native Americans what they're morally owed just because it's too much cash. Get fucked. It's literally that situation. It sucks, but that's the way that it works. We can try our best to be able to help them to the best of our ability, you know, but like, ultimately speaking, yeah, that's it. Literally, there's no winning for black people. It's a big L. There's no ultimate like end goal, like winning, getting the big dub, because yeah, the foundations of this country was absolutely built by black people, and it's like, is everything that was built on top of those foundations then like are dividends owed to us? Some would argue yes, to a degree. I would argue yes, and it's like, that's a lot of fucking money. And I don't think there's any way we're gonna see. I don't think there's any way we're gonna see anything near that kind of substantial repayment. So yeah, it's just an L.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can here, there was 2 points I wanted to elaborate on that there. One is that this is also why we advocated for a hybrid system where you would see in the agency of money to be spent on what you're being paid back, point that Destiny alluded earlier with all the big boy gift cards and all that. And that's why I advocate for both the betterment of society via community investment. These some kind of like, pretty accessible pro-black business loan program of some sort that operates at a local level here to ultimately better these these black communities and whatnot, and also see a direct cash stimulus just so that they can also just the quickest and most effective way possible. The quickest way possible better their quality of life, because clearly it would be better if slavery never existed, but we can't do that. So the next best thing here is just to throw them cash right now. And I even then, maybe some cases there would be doomed to consumerism. That'd be their agency here. I would also offer complimentary, again here you can offset that with like complimentary financial literacy courses or teachings when you receive your money. You can opt to take that course possibly, or something, I don't know, something like that. We can elaborate on that a little bit further here, but I do advocate for that hybrid system just because we were trying to cover as much of the bases as possible to give them the agency to spend as they want to spend, but also accomplishing the parts of better pathways for society and black people and black communities in general.
Sure. I think that like if in terms of that, if there was like a middle ground that I personally would be like, oh, I think this is like a good middle ground, I could see it as being like, instead of getting a cash payment, you're going to get a voucher that can be spent on a house. Because as dumb as it is, houses are people's generally largest investments, and it's a good transfer of vehicle for like intergenerational wealth. So if we are going to tell people to make good decisions, blah, 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 at the very least, like, okay, well, fuck it, like get a big ass fucking house or some shit, because that's something that transfers from family to family and can like help a lot in terms of people, I guess.
Absolutely. Because I was going to bring my last point about this this convo we had so far here right now at this point of the debate or podcast is that I should get the citation for you here, but 60% of wealth in America is inherited. I recall that being a pretty jarring stat to swallow. And it's like, okay, well, damn. Well, now you see why. Can you just imagine, if someone can get that from me here real quick here, if you could just imagine if that is even relatively true, if we're anywhere near 60%, even was like 50% or whatever right here, right? It's like, holy shit, dude. No wonder if the exploitation of slave labor led to the direct rise of so many white families, you can clearly see where being born into the RNG pool of being born to a white family is tenfold advantageous here because of the just amount of wealth here. Yeah, when daddy's like 95 years old and he's sitting on like I don't know, a house and then a summer house and 2 cars and shit like that, and there's like no debt to the estate generally because he paid off his debts a long ass time ago. He was just coasting off of retirement funds to enjoy the last 20 or 15 years of his life. Yeah, clearly you got a lot of stuff come to here. You're not even worried about like how oppressed you may be financially, but rather you're worried about the petty shit, like how much of the money you're going to get compared to all your other siblings who are going to have to fight over the pie. It's literally a very, very like white world problem to have. So yeah, there's definitely that cannot also be understated either. The just innumerable amount of wealth that is transferred generationally.
Yeah, that
both
was
in assets and literal cash.
That was something that I had. This is kind of a little bit of a separate thing, but also kind of touches on what you were talking about. This was also kind of one of the things that kind of bothered me when I heard so many people, because there's a thing that was going around where there's a lot of people saying like, I'm doing college all on my own. I'm doing, I'm making it all work on my own. But like, and I mean, that's fine. You can say that and do that or whatever. But I also think there's a separate categorization for like people that do it on their own, that have a fallback plan, which is, going back to their parents' house, or, defaulting on their parents to be able to possibly pay their college debt if they can't, right? The only capacity that they really mean doing it on their own is because their parents said, you know what, let's see how you try it on your own and things like that, in comparison to some people that are literally like, well, you know what, I'm taking out loans to do this, and if I don't do this, I'm just stuck with the debt, and I have like nowhere else to go. And that's like
1,000,000%. And anybody can be like, I could tightrope walk as good as any professional if you put like a safety net right underneath the rope. Like it's not very scary at that point. Yeah, but people will act like walking a tightrope with a safety net right there is the same thing as doing it without. Like just having that fallback can be massively alleviating and give you some room to fail. And a lot of people seem to not understand that experience for sure.
Yeah, that's why I would always allude back to the anecdote of like, could you imagine if you could just go to college full time and be able to afford to just like, be told the lucrative appeal from your parents, as long as you make good grades, I'll pay for your education. And it's like, oh shit, okay. As long as I apply effort to the very goal I'm trying to achieve right now, you'll pay for everything. Fuck yeah, okay. The problem is, that's a very, broadly speaking here, white privilege option to entertain. Literally. Certainly one I never fucking had.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
and it goes back here to that generational wealth ultimately.
Exactly. That's why I really brought it up, was the generational wealth thing is pretty much, it's very largely built on that, backbone of your family, having that safety net, So.
Yeah. So, you got some questions?
Well, no, I think I kind of poked, I think both of you, because I think we're generally in agreement here. Here's a random question I have for you. We didn't really get, since it wasn't too much disagreement, we didn't like jump into the weeds too much on this. Here's a question for each of you. I don't know if either of you would consider this. How would you figure out who gets reparations? If we were to target this based on like descendants, like
this is fun. Okay, actually, I had a thing prepared for this too. We never got to it. So you're asking here, like, if we're agreeing to give reparations on X amount and X and Y method to Black people, to African Americans, how you determine who, like, how Black must one be?
Yeah, so I guess to qualify this,
slaves.
Yeah,
so what are the metrics for it?
To qualify this initially, we would be talking, I imagine, obviously, we would be talking about like African Americans as the descendants of slaves. If you immigrated here from Africa, you're not part of this conversation. Past like 1960 or whatever, right? You're not part of this conversation. So like those kinds of recent, and then probably not if you weren't like the descendant of a slave. If you immigrated otherwise, you're probably not part of this conversation. But then past that, how do you figure who gets? How do you divvy up compensation? Is it like your great 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 grandfather would have been owed? I don't even know how far back you could even reliably trace a lot of this too, because of how lost all the records are. But let's say you were to figure out like your great great grandfather should be owed with interest, with the land that he was promised, with the wages, about $10 million. Let's say that you chase down that entire Black family tree and there's like 100 people. Does every single person just get $10,000, or is it like, how do you? Yeah, this is a pretty like detailed question. I'm curious.
I'm about to flex here. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So we actually have a historical example of implementation of this situation here. I have two for you actually, because I did the research on this whole thing here. So first thing first here is that the Hawaii natives, and there was an act that was done in 1922. Let me get that for you real quick here. So there was due to colonization of Hawaii, the population and density of Native Hawaiians went from like over 300,000 down to only 22,000 by 1920. So 150 years prior to 1920, it was like a lot, and then it dwindled down due to like the disease that was brought on from all the colonization and shit like that. Well, anyways, here the point is that there was a thing called the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 that established a land trust exclusively for Native Hawaiians to be able to lease a reserved allotment of land for $1 per year for up to 99 years. And the criteria was you had to have a 50% or higher Native Hawaiian ancestry via a blood test. The problem here, of course, is that like, if I, Native Hawaiian, married or, had sex with or had kids with like a non-Native Hawaiian, that descending, person's going to be what, 25% or whatever, right? So it's like, the problem here is that due to the criteria of maintaining that land that you were getting for all the wrongs that were done from all the colonization or whatever the fuck, results in you having to prioritize over like procreating and for pure lineage ultimately. There's a problematic metric over finding a purity test to determine for compensation for things like this, because the generational, due to how that law was written, ultimately the generations onward had a situation where their offspring were not 50% Native Hawaiian, and they had to choose one of two options here: either move away because there's already a backlog of overdue Native Hawaiians who are wanting land because they didn't have enough land to even give away the first place here. So there already was a backlog waiting for people to like die and relinquish the land so the next person can actually get it. Because there was already like an affordable land crisis going on with the growing population in Hawaii throughout the 20th century. But also you either have to like move away because you literally, the offspring, you're going to die because you're 75 and you're going to die in 10 years or whatever the fuck. And your offspring's not 50% Native Hawaiian, so they can't even like opt to even continue your lease. Or you must sell your land lease ticket to another Native Hawaiian for an off-market price if they're willing to pay for it at all here. Meanwhile, again, your offspring still has to move away somewhere else off that reservation thing. So there's already been an example of historical logistical problems of like a paywall of lineage and shit like that to distribute any kind of beneficiary distribution for reparations here. So we have that issue, right? The other one, what's I gonna say about the other one here? The other one here is that I'm just not really sure. How do you even enforce here descendants of slaves? I think the other issue here is the logistics of the fact that I'm sorry, remember now. The other issue here is that so there were actually two things done for the Japanese containment camps. The now famous direct monetary compensation reparations, that was done in 1988. But that was done, again, in reaction to those 4 Japanese American congressmen pushing for that to happen, because the initial thing that was done in 1980 was a thing that passed that allowed those who had their property relinquished, wrongfully destroyed, stolen, or abducted to then file, they were now allowed to file lawsuits if they can prove that their shit was lost whenever they were forced to go to those camps in 1942. They can then be compensated for that. But the problem there was that the IRS didn't have great documentation of everyone's assets back in 1942. And so they didn't have those to look at. And you're asking these people to like have receipts for shit from 40 fucking years ago to prove in court that they are due for compensation for these particular things. Ultimately,
gotcha. I think there was
an attempt to like get a lot of shit done, but like it was something like only 30 million out of the attempted 130 million plus was ever awarded to people because the documentation was so bad. The point I'm getting at there, explaining those two examples, is that I would argue that the historical documents logging lineage of families for slaves is probably fucking terrible, because I would imagine white folks didn't consider it very important as slave owners to keep track of like the legacy of their fucking cattle and property that is black slaves. They don't care. It's treat them like fucking property. They probably branded them with their own branding and moved on with it. They probably deliberately relinquished them of their identity. It's why they chose that's why they chose and believed that the black person or the Negro had an inferior brain and wasn't worth wasting time on educating, because they weren't even capable of being educated too.
Yeah, I think just as a clarification point on this, so 1870 was like the first census after the emancipation when African Americans were listed on documents. So that would probably be your starting point, and then you have to figure from there on out if they were enslaved or had been enslaved or not, I guess. But yeah, that would have been that would be like your earliest starting point where you could start from there. Did you want to say something relevant?
I mean, I don't know how accurately even that documentation, well, yeah, I agree, that's going to be your starting point, how accurate that documentation is going to go. But also something else to note is, would I, as somebody who, this is going to sound weird, but it's definitely something that to be considered, is every single person who is a descendant of a slave going to receive the exact equal amount if that was the...
I think you would have to, I think if we were doing this in any reasonable way, you would just have to average together all of the slave labor and go from there. Because there's no fucking way you're going to be able to determine like people that lived in this part of the country worked harder than these or whatever. Like I don't think that's going to be possible.
And if you averaged it out, are we assuming that you'd split it evenly amongst every single slave and then like their descendants?
If I may interject real quick, you have to ask yourself here, because I feel like you're looking at this more in the framing of like, I need to quantify the stolen labor definitively and that labor's monetary worth and then give it to the person. Whereas because of the unique circumstance of how much time has passed, in some cases, 7 generations of people have already died before we were even getting to correcting this problem here. You must ask yourself instead, what are we trying to accomplish with the money? What is the money trying to do? And you say, okay, if I'm trying to like better their quality of living, we instead say, okay, let's tackle that. Let's do a study on the definitive minimum to have a definitive good quality of life living. And again, we can look at an example citation of the study done here that generally happiness can be is a threshold behind making $75,000 annually. And you can look at that and say, you know, okay, cool, we'll give you, and I don't know, something near that figure, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you gotta rather looking at quantifying the slave labor value, we have to instead look at what we're gonna do on a better of modern society basis,
Well,
and kind
the
of
only reason why I
from there.
asked that is because there is genuinely people that are not black that are descendants of slaves. And so I was wondering if those people would receive the same amount of money as, like, for instance, you or me, who, well, I'm assuming I'm a descendant of a slave. I mean, I don't know my bloodline. Maybe
I have a pretty cool opinion about this, actually. So ultimately here, I'm actually not really a fan of this whole, like, figuring out how black one must be to get compensation.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Kind of, to me, just it's reminiscent of the paper bag test back when segregation was around. You know, you put a paper bag, brown bag next to someone's skin. If they're darker than that, you know, color fountain you go, colored dining room you go. If you're brighter than that, okay, whatever, you're white enough. You know, just completely rooted in ignorance here. If we're looking at a certain qualification of like how black one must be, it's trivial for me to enforce here a 1/16th, 1/32nd threshold or whatever the number of increments is going to be here, because we're talking about 200 years of descendants. We're talking about again, as many as 7 generations of overdue compensation to be done, and ultimately, even if I am whatever 1/64th black, who fucking cares, right? Because like, what if I am like 1/8 black hypothetically here, but I passed black? I still have to suffer through what I would dub the black experience of discrimination, of statistical disadvantage, of oppression, and things like that. We can all reinforce the statistics here. So if I'm being treated like I'm black, what fucking difference is it here in any way?
I'm actually curious. What if you're genuinely white passing, and like, what if there was a white person that like literally fucked a slave? This is gonna be like 1 in a million.
Well, wait, we don't have to say 1 in a million. What if there was like a slave owner that raped like a black slave woman, and then they had offspring?
Exactly.
Right,
Yeah, this is actually very common, by the way. It's very common, but I should say here, I remember reading here, and forgive me on citation for it here, but I remember reading here that even though it was very common for a black person to be accused of raping white women in segregation times and whatnot, and often it resulting in things like lynchings and whatnot, that very often it was actually, or more frequently, it was the white slave owner that would rape their black female slaves way more often than the other way around. It's because of the overwhelming power dynamic there that was going on. That shouldn't be too surprising, though, honestly. But
and so the whole point of me like bringing that up is I was just curious because you talked about when I was referencing somebody that might not be considered black or what have you. You were talking about like black passing people. I'm wondering what your opinion would be if like there's somebody who's been in like 4 generations of their bloodline have been white passing people, but they have a descendant of a slave. Like, is it just... Are we cool with that? I mean, I think ultimately speaking, we have to be cool with that. If we agree that you can't, yeah,
I'm very relaxed here. Earlier when I was bringing up my implementation of how I would execute this, if you recall here, my criteria were 2 things, either or being met here. You live in an area that is victim to a lot of the problematic black statistics that we can all cite are forms of oppression for black people. If you reside in these areas, I would argue that you have been victim to the black experience, and I'll thought to be able to like do something with that, and or you can if you don't reside in these problematic areas, what we would now dub the ghettos that were spawned from racist bank institutions and redlining. You would if you're a minority, if you're a POC, if you're a black person or whatever, and you're not in those areas, you can then I don't know. This is where it gets a little bit ambiguous here, but it's like, I guess you just determine how black you are. I don't know. I don't really see like a ethical way to paywall how black one must be.
Yeah.
But I suppose here, as long as if you have some black in you, sure, why not?
It seems like you'd have to qualify.
On a macro level here, what we're doing here is we're just like we're doing an injection of like hardcore UBI to lift up that poverty floor that's way too low. And admittedly, this is more this is partially now related to the economic policy that we've been under here since Reaganomics in general. So forgive me for making a little bit of a pivot here, but ultimately you are kind of dealing with that issue too now. So I don't really see a negative in overspending to fix that issue as well here. by not
Sure.
really enforcing a strict paywall for the paywall or for the barrier to be black enough to get reparations.
I think on this, it's a function of what you think reparations are to do, or what they're for. So if reparations are to recompense people for slavery, then it probably matters how, quote unquote, how black you are. If somebody is like literally like black mom, black dad, both slaves, child, and then that child has a child with another person who's black mom, black dad, was a slave, and that whole family is like pure 100%, that they should probably be compensated more than like, slave, non-slave, and then the 128th or 128th slave descendant. It like would probably be more fair. If you view reparations as a form of like recompensating somebody for like lost wages, for land that was promised. But if your goal of reparations, which both of you seem to be more on the same page, if your goal of reparations is just to like generally uplift, black communities in the United States, then doing that type of purity test is probably not good. And then also for a second issue would probably also serve to fuck over mixed race people in the United States, who already kind of have a pretty shitty experience. Now get to have an extra thing over your head where it's like, listen, man, like not only do we tell you you weren't really black, like we got like 10 times more money than you because you're definitely barely black. Like you're not enough a descendant of slave. You don't have the same lived experiences we do. Yeah. And that would probably further serve to like create that division even harder. Okay, well, this has been a fun conversation. This is a difficult one. These issues are really difficult for a variety of reasons. Morally, it's hard to say where this starts or stops, especially when you bring up Native Americans as a result of prior injustice. Pragmatically, it's really hard to say. We've just spent the past like 10 months like fighting tooth and nail for $600 fucking checks. So it seems pretty unbelievable that reparations would ever even be considered. Like, I don't think that HR 40 bill passed, did it?
No, I think it's just favorable amongst a lot of people to even go through.
And that bill is literally just beginning to create, to begin the investigation to figure out if reparations are even appropriate, right? So we're not even at that point yet.
Yeah, we're not even at that point. And also, I might have been citing the wrong one here, but the California thing I was citing, what it was the one I'm thinking of here, might have been the different one I linked you here, but the one I was thinking of was actually meant to be a proposal to allocate a tax on something or redistribute tax revenue from something into funding a study to look into the effective ways to do a state-induced reparation. It wasn't even to do it; it was to do a study to look into how it'd be effective. To then take that, obviously, the conclusion of that study, and then propose it later on. And
you're talking about the California tax force?
The call to make the study happen and be funded didn't even go anywhere. That's how behind we are in that current situation.
Are you talking about the California thing? Yeah,
the one I linked to was not the one I was thinking of, actually.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because I read that, and apparently that was just a task force that they threw together to start to look into that. So yeah, these are pretty difficult issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the fact that both you guys showed up. I'll throw a poll in chat to see if anybody was moved or interested in this at all, or not interested in this, or if their opinions changed at all based on conversation. I posted a poll in H chat. I'll try to be a little bit more clear next time in terms of like teasing out disagreement. The hard part is that like for a conversation like this, it feels like to find somebody that's like completely and totally against it, it almost feels like I have to like find like a Candace Owens-esque character or something.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I should have actually tapped fucking Suspect Sushi. I don't know if because I bet that guy would take a much harder stance.
Oh my god.
Yeah, not only that's a lot more civil than I thought. I was expecting like a full blown no, and I thought we were going to like. The thing I'm happy about here is we did actually entertain. Do you support reparations? Yes, no, why, and how. We actually entertained the how quite a bit. That was the part that I thought was the most fun to debate and discuss, was how we do this. I thought we were going to be stuck on the why should we do this the whole time here. We didn't actually spend much time at all here on me having to justify a hypothetical no position.
Sure.
I thought I was prepared to do that too and be like, okay, well, I'm happy the IQ was a little bit higher in this situation. We didn't have to really go down that rabbit hole of degeneracy, if we will.
Gotcha. All right. Well, prior to this conversation, it was about a 64-36 split, with most people being against cash reparations. Almost twice as many were against it. And after this conversation, which was pretty civil and not too heated, it seems like it's about 52-48 So it seems like more people have moved in favor of cash. Now, that's still the majority are against, but 52-48 is a lot closer than 64-36. So I guess that's good. People are considering new ideas and everything. So,
you know, what we should have did. We should have spent like an hour just going over like traumatizing humanity rights, slave facts. That's what was missing here. We should have just went over like what happened 100 years ago, much less 200 years ago. That probably would have deterred us a little bit more, actually.
Yeah, I think also a pretty important thing to think about is reparations also for like potentially people that were more recently discriminated against, not just exclusively like slavery, like Jim Crow and redlining-esque reparations might be also pretty appropriate, not just exclusively slavery, but maybe that's a little too advanced for the general public at the moment.
Sure.
But I don't know.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate the conversation. We will catch you guys on the next show. I want to do another one of these soon. I guess at the end of this, I should make a call out at the end. Okay, wait. Well, actually, before I do this, do you guys have any?
Should we, like, plug ourselves?
Yeah. Closing words.
Like...
Plug yourselves. Where can people find you? What do people know you for? I'll start with Trax because you're on the left. Go.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I'm TryHex. I'm the face of your favorite global emote, Tryhard. Currently still #1 on Twitch right now as of January 2021. Holy shit.
Wait, how do you feel about vaccines?
Say it again.
How do you feel about vaccines? Careful. No, I'm just messing with you because Gutex was saying some crazy shit. No, go. I don't want to get your email room. Go ahead.
Y'all can catch me over at my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/TryHex. You can also catch my tweets on twitter.com/TryHex. I have been playing games, been doing a lot more variety hex, getting back into podcasting, getting back into these comfy cross content creator contamination, where me and Destiny have been long overdue to do some reminiscence. True. So maybe this is a start of things to change and to come. We'll have to see here. But either way, I'd love for y'all to come by after this is done and tell me how I did. And if you have any more follow-up here, I'll be more than happy to take a little Q&A session after party over there very soon. So thank you.
All right. And then Irrelevant, where can people find you?
Twitch.tv/Irrelevant. I am up late night, all right? Late night. Pacific Standard Time, about 1 a.m., all right? The king of night streams. Stream pretty much every single day, all right? I like talking politics. And listen, if you disagree with me, be ready to get in Discord, all right? Discord or ban. That's how I like to run my community. Thank you very much for having me on.
All right, awesome. And listen, I appreciate both of you guys. It's been fun. I'm going to cut this and then say a few words. And yeah, thanks a lot. I really appreciate both of you for coming. Thanks for having the conversation. Thanks for staying civil. Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Do you want me to stay here, or are we actually free to go, or like?
No, you're free to go.
Party convo need to mute for here, or like? You just stop from here. So before I reveal accidental confidential audio shit or whatever.
I've got an important conversation that I have to run into after this, but I'll be back if you want to chat afterwards. So yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll just. No, because
just ping me if you do, then, because I'm gonna do after party on my stream.
Yeah, sure. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. So
if you want to talk, let me know. Just ping me and just slide in my DMs.
Yeah, sure thing. I'll message you when I get back. All right. I'll see you guys later. All right. Peace out.
Later, y'all.
Bye.
Bye. All right. What's up? Okay. Before we fuck. On the last one of these debates that I did, I was very, very, very strict, where I told the people, like, listen to me, okay? You motherfuckers need to disagree or else I'm going to kill both of you. I was super anal on that. I wasn't as anal on this one. I think I was a little bit too vague with my questioning. I thought that, like, when I put, like, cash reparations, I thought that would be, like, more like, oh, like, pay cash, as opposed to, like, other types. But I should have been, like, more clear with, like, how, like, exactly what it was, so that we could have had, like, more disagreement and then more argument, I guess, rather than kind of, like, circling around an agreed point. So that was kind of my fault. Although I think I asked enough questions that we kind of, like, got to an area where there was some disagreement. At the tail end of these, I need to include, like, a call out, a question, so that I can get people for the next one, okay? The next one of these that I want to do, and I want to do this one within a week from now, okay? I'll run this in 2 days if I can find somebody to do this conversation. I want to do a hashtag force the vote debate. I want to get somebody that is in favor of forcing the vote on Medicare for all, and I want to get somebody that is opposed on forcing the vote for Medicare for all. There's a lot of talk right now over this conversation topic. Jimmy Dore, Kyle Kuklinski, the Bad Faith podcast, and then you've got like people like AOC and other people that are saying we shouldn't be forcing the vote. I'm super duper curious. I want to get two. I imagine it needs to be two left-leaning people. It can't. I don't really care about Republican opinion on this. Nobody knows what y'all are doing right now. You guys are in shambles. But I think I want two left-leaning. Like, I'm guessing it's probably going to look like a very progressive / lefty Dem versus like a more moderate / established Dem. I would really like to see two people that are very capable at handling this topic. The people that I'm looking for on this are going to be like anywhere from small to medium size or greater content creators. So my hope is that like as long as you pull, we're gonna do a hard cutoff on Solinome. As long as you're getting 100 viewers average on Solinome, I'll consider you for the show. That's what your goal is. So for the clip, if you want the call out, okay? Are you a left-leaning content creator that has a strong opinion on whether or not we should be forcing the House to vote on Medicare for all? If you get at least 100 concurrent viewers and you've got a strong opinion on being for forcing the vote or against forcing the vote, send Destiny a DM on Discord, and I might consider you as being one of the two people to debate the topic on episode 2 of Destiny in Moderation. All right, there you go. That's what I got right now. So clip it, ship it, give it to your favorite lefty content creators. Yeah. Wasn't forced the vote related to the vote for Speaker of the House? This topic is old. Wait, what? No, you're wrong. Wait, what is this? Destiny, is an honest critique of your performance. I think you would have looked a lot better if you looked like you were more engaged in the conversation. How? I'm just moderating. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying not to talk that much. It was about withholding the vote for Pelosi. Yeah, but I think the general concept of like trying to force a vote for Medicare for all is still kind of relevant. Like, I'm pretty sure, are people not still like pushing for this idea of like forcing the vote? Oh, fuck. Maybe this isn't a good topic then. Just say amazing like Joe Pito's doing that. Fuck. Okay, well, never mind. Maybe I'll think of a different topic then. Fuck you. You killed my momentum on that then. Okay. Check Jamie Doris Twitter to see where's that. Maybe. Okay. Well, listen. I love you guys. It's been fun. Destiny. Code Miko. Wait, I can't. I'm not doing this right now. Okay. I need to go have a couple conversations. I should probably kill my stream and come back. I think I'll do that. I'm going to host TriX and then I'll be back in like within like 30 minutes to an hour. Wait, I should host Irrelevant because he's a smaller streamer. I don't know if he's streaming though. Okay, no, he's not. All right. We'll host TriHex, and then I will be back. I should be back like within an hour. Oh, what's up, Anita? Wait, what the fuck? Isn't it like 3 a.m. where you are? UK time, 3:30 a.m. What is wrong with you? Didn't you know that being short on sleep is one of the leading causes, potentially, of like early onset dementia? You need to sleep more, all right? Okay, I love you guys. I will be back like within an hour, okay? Hopefully.